Okay. So, those that have been around for a little bit know that I've talked about this game a fair few times. Because I kept thinking about doing it, and then I never ended up actually following through on it. Now, the funny thing is, this game's actually fairly short. On how long to beat, it was listed at like 6 hours. And yet, when I was toying around with this back when the game was new, I never actually ended up finishing it. I spent a good long amount of time just poking around everywhere in the game, and I just never actually did the final fight, basically. That's the only thing I ever had left to do in the game, back when I was playing it more. But since we have Archipelago and a randomizer and everything for this game, as things I do want to do with it in the future, we kind of need to finish the actual game at some point, right? Right. So, we'll go ahead and do a quick playthrough here. Whether I'll get through it in one go today or not is somewhat in question, because even though it can be blazed through in 6 hours, the completionist time is higher than that, and if it ends up going the way it did when I was playing it originally, I'm probably going to start poking into every nook and cranny as I go, so we very well may end up needing to do 2 sessions to get through this. We'll see how that ends up playing out. There was something else I was going to note about this game specifically. Well, we'll cross that bridge when I remember it, if it comes up again. Oh, as to why I'm doing it now, just felt like it. There's no real special reason or anything for this. I just was thinking about what to do today, and ended up putting off those Lurkit games I was talking about again, because just felt like doing this instead. Because it is a Monday, and we tend to do Metroidvanias on Mondays, so seemed like a fitting time to get this crossed off the docket, rather than putting it off any further. Is there anything else I wanted to bring up before we get this ball rolling? I don't think so. I think that covers the main points of what I wanted to discuss about this beforehand. Yeah, let's just get this going. We're obviously not going to play on the easy difficulty. I have no reason to do so, because this game's not that hard, from what I remember. Like, the only fight I had to redo in the time I'd played it was one of the next to last fights that I recall. Again, my memory could be wrong, because I played this like 2 years ago at the most recent, and that was, I think, when I was dabbling with the randomizer a little bit. So I think me actually playing this was a lot longer ago than that, because I don't remember when this game came out. I don't actually remember what the release date for this was, so let me remind myself of that right quick, and that'll give me context for, yeah, because this was from 2018, so I would have probably played this at latest 2019. That may have been when I stopped playing, and then I played it again to test out the randomizer in 2023. So mechanically, I have the ideas in mind, but I don't know the routing, in case people are like, oh, he's just gonna fly through because he knows where to go. I'll remember some of it, I'm sure, but I won't remember all of it. Not that I recall the routing in this being especially complicated. There is, I think, one point where it's a little unclear as to exactly what they want you to do, and that's about it, from what I remember. So we should be fine. Planet Wind Area, 1062 AE. That's a cake. A big cake. There. Okay, I think everything's ready. Oh goodness, did I forget anything? Mare. It's so important. I'm sure I forgot something. I'm sure it'll be fine, Marilla. You don't need to go to all this trouble for me. Don't be silly. You've been chosen to be the next to join the Time Messengers. Of course I'm gonna go through all this trouble. Everyone's excited for you. We have to have a little celebration. It's too early. Shouldn't we wait till she goes through the Timespinner to celebrate? Then she'll be gone for good. I thought I felt it get suddenly cold. Should have known it was just you. I can see it now, a world without Lunace, like a dream come true. Hey, don't ruin this for her, it's an honor. It's okay, Morella. If Yorn has something to say, he can say it. Fine, I will. You just got picked because your mom's an elder. No, I think I got picked because I can do this. Ow! Well, your aura powers you to be an angry loser with a short fuse. So I'd be you? Well, rip the cake. You shouldn't provoke him, Looney. You shouldn't provoke me, either. Whatever. Hey, sorry about the cake. Don't worry about it, I made an extra just in case I messed the first one up. Guess I was half right. Well, it's floor cake now. So, funny thing, actually. If you skip the scene, the cake is actually still standing. Because I skipped it earlier for testing purposes, and I noticed the cake was still upright and the table was fine. So that's an odd thing. Also, things are slightly out of alignment, so give me a sec. Realized I had lowered the microphone a little too far. Not that it much mattered, probably, but it was gonna bug me. Getting into fights on your birthday. It's my present to myself. You can't let them get to you so easily. I know, Mother. Lunace, what we've been training you for, it's much bigger than what other Time Messengers do. There's a lot of responsibility resting on your shoulders for all the Kalen clan. Yeah, I know. It feels good to have something, though. Something bigger. Just doing what everyone else does, it's never felt like enough, you know? Yeah. Well, speaking of presents, I have a couple to give you. Come this way. Being a Time Messenger is a big responsibility. Your mission, however, is much more important. You'll need to be able to defend yourself against those who would try to stop you. Take these. They've been kept by the Kalen for many generations. Blue orb, seemingly ordinary crystal ball, good for bashing foes. While they may seem ordinary at first, they have a hidden power of being able to mimic other magical orbs. Try lifting both the orbs with your aura, one for each hand. Put 2 melee orbs in the orb menu found in the pause menu. Press options to open the pause menu. As demonstrated here, you can equip one in each hand. You can actually have separate orbs in each hand, if you so choose, as we pick up more later. I'm probably going to be mostly using doubles of the same, but just know that it's an option. Oh, I did forget one thing, so hang on, let me fix something. Because I always forget something. There we go. Fix that so that pops up properly. Otherwise, I'm going to have people pinging me and asking me things and not realizing that I'm busy. There we go. Because now and then I turn my activity off just so people don't bug me about the thing I'm doing. But I have to turn my activity back on in order to have Discord acknowledge the fact that I'm doing this. You know how it goes. Yeah, you also have a full array of equipment, helmet, chest, and a couple accessories. Those will all be vitally useful to us surviving. How's this? Awesome. Wonderful. You've always been so talented. Can you use these on Yorn now? Oh, maybe practice on the dummy first. Same thing. Attack the dummy using your melee orbs by pressing square. Just beat the hell out of the thing with the orbs. You sure showed him. Now for your last present, I commissioned an alchemist to make you this necklace. A very special essence necklace. Aura Blast. Throw a blast of pure aura energy. Wearing it will allow you to concentrate your aura into a powerful spell. Equip the spell necklace in the orb menu found in the pause menu, then do the thing to open the pause menu. That's what this slot's for. This is basically, essentially your sub-weapon, for lack of a better way of explaining it. Try casting a spell by concentrating your energy. Charge a spell by holding circle. Release to cast the spell. Spells cost aura points, which will recharge on their own. This one obviously takes time. All of them will take a little bit of time to charge. That was incredible. I'm unstoppable. Nicely done. Don't get carried away, though. You'll tire yourself out if you cast too many spells. Yeah, I can see what you mean. I feel a little lightheaded already. Alright, that's the last of your presents. I'll let you get back to your party. Come find me when you're ready for the induction ritual. And now the cake is fine again. Despite being a little sloppy, the cake tastes great. Hey, thanks for doing all this. The decorations are really something. Yeah, they're really awful. Thanks for pretending to like them, though. I'm really proud of you, Lunes. Thanks. I hope that if you go through the gate, we'll end up friends again. I'd like that. Hey, I'm sorry about Yorn. You'll get over it. Jace would have been happy for you. Wish I could have met him. It's a big responsibility, though. I don't envy you. Rowan, Baron, and I, and our kids, are all so proud of you, Lunes. Good luck. What gives, anyway? I know you want to be the next time messenger, but there's no need to ruin it for everyone else. Whatever. Dad gets to be a big hero, and I should be the one to do it next. But there's you with your special powers and your freakish hair. Gods, Yorn, it's not like it's this glamorous thing. You've heard the stories they tell when we welcome into the tribe. They lose everything. Yeah, well, some of us have things we want to lose. So yeah, you can kind of gather that Yorn lost a family member, okay, to the time loop here that they have to do. So, it ends up being a whole problem. Hey, ABC, I see you've put a contextless good there, but we'll figure it out later, probably. It'd be a great honor to serve alongside you as a time messenger. Good for you. You should send us both. They'll stop coming for... Ah, you're ready. Let's get started. And then everything went wrong. Hakim's ships, they found us. How did they find us? Why did no one come back to warn us? We'll have to be the warning. Go. What about the others? Yeah, I kind of figured. Soon this time will be no more, and they'll be safe again. We'll have never existed. Morella, we have no choice. To save them, we must sacrifice our relationships with them. That's the way of it. And us? We'll have to go in together. Perhaps the Timespinner will allow us that much. And this time, we will stop the Empire from ever coming here, like we trained you. This is our clan's only hope, Lunes. Come on. Those bastards, I'll kill them! We'll stop them in the past, Lunes. You can save the Kalins. Step away from the machine or we'll shoot. Mother! Quickly, go through the portal. Up we go, and then this guy appears. Selen. No, the connection... Stop trying to run. Leave us alone. And then everything continued to go wrong. Mother! You bastard, I'll kill you! Stop exploding, then you can kill people. And, well, now we're here. No, Mother. Well, Timespinner destroyed. Everyone dead. Without the Timespinner, I can't save them. I don't even know where I am. Or when you are. Got a lot of angles on that one. Huh. Not on Windaria anymore. We sure aren't. Definitely not in Kansas anymore. Does this break? Nope. We'll go ahead and just snag this berry pick-me-up plus. That'll be useful to us later. As you can see, we have a default ledge grab, which is going to be kind of handy because this game does put a lot of ledges just barely out of your normal jump reach, expecting you to use the ledge grab. But yeah, for those wondering, the pick-me-up just heals your health. It's nothing too big to worry about, and it's more health than we have right now, so we're not going to be using it anytime soon. I just wanted to grab it and mark that room. And we do have this Lakimi's Sun, which is another healing item. These are your save points. You just run through them and they'll save. You don't have to stop to do anything with that. Lake Desolations 1062. Now, if you were paying attention, you'll notice the time hadn't changed. Or at least not dramatically. So one wonders, if the time spinner is supposed to send you through time, why we ended up only getting moved, not moved through time. Perhaps the interference caused the problem? Perhaps there's more to it than that. Perhaps it sent us where we really need to be. Only time will tell. I do want to go up on that ledge, though. I'm pretty confident I can reach it. Yep, there we go. If we hop up here, we can get another box. And that's where the old code is, which is your first piece of armor you can get. It's not much, it's just one more defense, but you can never have too much protection. But as you can see, there's not really like knockback or anything to worry about in this game. And you actually have a decent bit of iframes. Like, not an incredible amount, but a decent bit. But those charging guys, watch for the eye spark. When you see the little sparkle in the eye there, that's when they're gonna charge. One of the things that immediately fascinated me with this game is just how odd the immediate enemies are. Like, we got these bird-beaked spring things wandering around, these tall plants that shoot at you, tanks with bird beaks as well. Like, they're just a little weird. Not, like, super weird, but a little weird. And it's just a well-sprated game in general. Huh. That's a little unusual. We're the only thing moving in here. You can't attack things while they're stopped in time. Oh, hey. That's one of the pieces of the time spinner. It must have been dragged through the portal with me. If this is here, maybe the rest is too, and I still have a chance to go back to stop this from happening. And we'll just go ahead and scoop that up with our magic. There we go. Time spinner wheel. Spinning wheel of the time spinner. Triangle stops and unstops time. Defeating enemies restores sand power. Ta-da! It's a time manipulation game. If we stop time, we can't harm things anymore, but they can't harm us either. Now, there's a very important aspect to that we'll be making use of here in a second. So I'll explain it when we actually go to use it. But now these plants are all activated, and they give you free sand, so you can have your power back. But if we go back to a spot that you may have wondered how we were going to do something... Oh, too low. Too high. There we go. Is you can use enemies as platforms while they're frozen in time. And you're going to be expected to use that a little bit. Like, I don't think it's actually ever required too much, but it is for getting side items a lot. So, be prepared for that to be a thing. Like, this is, I think, one of the few times it's fully required. What is this? It feels familiar. Mother? This is one of her memories. Her mind must have scattered when the time spinner exploded, when the Emperor ripped her from it. Maybe there's more. I miss you. Yeah, we can just hop across that one, but you'll notice this is too far to run across, and the platform falls immediately. But it'll be back in a second. So what you do, as you might imagine, is stop time, and then you can just cross. Easy. And this wall here looks weird, doesn't it? Because it's not connected. That's because it's breakable. This game isn't super subtle with all of its breakable walls. Some of them do blend a bit, but there's also a fair amount like that one that are actually fairly obvious. And that's another max health increase. That's going to be a lot of the things we find off in those side rooms, is like max health increases and things like that. It very much falls into the Egavania design for what the secrets are going to have, and honestly for a lot of how this plays. Like, if you played any of the Metroidvania, Castlevania games, you probably will feel immediately at home with this. Which is what drew me to this game in the first place. But also, simultaneously, what ended up being part of why I didn't finish it, I think. Is because I had hit a mild burnout point with that style at that time. Because this would have been around the same time I had finished playing through all of the DS Castlevanias and such. So, a little bit too much of the same thing. Because this also would have been around the time when I was really, like, diving into every Metroidvania I could find, even harder than I was these days. Which, again, leads to genre fatigue. And genre fatigue is a big problem. Nope, too early. I don't think we can reach that up there right now anyway. But I'm gonna try again, just for sake of argument. I'm gonna need to spawn him back in over here. Let's just quickly restore our sand, too. Nope, too early again. But you'll notice you do get real close, but I'm pretty sure those slanted ledges don't let you grab them. Actually, wait, no, because we grabbed the ledge right in front of us here, so it has to be grabbable. That might reach. Yeah, see, I get very close, but not quite. It's a bit closer. Okay, yeah, it is reachable. Max aura up, but we can't pass through here. Also, that thing that you saw, don't think about that too hard right now. Worry about that later. Now we get our first boss fight. This, like, cat bot thing. Okay. As you can see, time stop is actually, like, really helpful in boss fights because you can use it against everything. For the most part. There are going to be cases where it's not going to work, but there'll be very good reasons why it doesn't work. You'll also notice we actually got our sand back, because they fully expect you to be using it very heavily. I probably will not be using it nearly as heavily as they intend you to, because honestly, you can win like every fight in this game without it. Just about. Blade Orb. An orb of crystallized blades that slices foes. Equip new melee orbs in the orbs menu. We also get a bunch of sand. There we go. We now have a slightly stronger attack. But there is an exchange here. Take note of the fact that your orbs level up. For one, and for two, these are a little slower. But you get a little bit more reach with these. There goes a ship. Wait, Lakim ships? What if I've not gone through time, but I must be on Lakim? I may not be able to stop them from killing my family, but I will make them pay for it. With vengeance on our mind, we're heading in. And our grave. It said monastery, right? I was a little bit slow reading it. I was in the middle of another thought. You can stop these platforms by stopping time, but why would you? It's very simple platforming. There's another memory. We'll get into those later when we have a bunch of them. I will just need to remember to actually address those later. Yeah. Notice how even the little helicopter bots here have bird beaks. There's just really a whole thing going on with that. Welcome to the Vandergray Public Library. How may I assist you today? Hi, can you direct me to, oh, that accent. You must be from the colonies. Oh, I just love rustic accents. Let me guess, are you from Windaria? Oh, yes. I knew it. Welcome to Lockheim, the magnificent home world of the Empire. As a citizen of the Empire, you are entitled to your very own tablet. Just show me your government-issued ID badge and you can have it. Oh, I don't have one yet. Yeah, that. Really? It must have slipped your sponsor's mind. Without that, you won't be able to even leave the library. You'll need to ask your sponsor for it. Shall I contact him for you? No, it won't be necessary. He's already on his way now. Oh, wonderful. In that case, I suppose I could give you your tablet now. That way you could read while you wait. Tablet, a personal device that no one should live without. Downloads files from computers. As a student of history, I believe everyone should have the opportunity to learn about the founding of our glorious empire. Oh, I plan to learn so much about the empire. Thank you. So much how to dismantle it. I mean, what? Anyway, now we have a tablet. Now, you might be wondering, well, what's the point to a tablet for us? And honestly, it's just a reader for the most part. It'll just let you read things. Elena the Great. Like, there will be certain pedestals where you can get lore from that the tablet lets you read. I don't think it does anything else of any importance. Meanwhile, there's this character over here. Hi? Hello. Welcome to the Merchant Crow's Shiny Stuff Emporium. Hello? Can you speak? I can never tell with you humans. What are you? I'm the Merchant Crow. Didn't you see me in the campaign? I'm very popular online. What campaign? Oh, never mind. I'm a busy bird. Can't spell everything out for you. You want to buy something or not? Sure. So yeah, the Merchant Crow is going to be a fairly useful character to us, as you might imagine, because they sell us a lot of important things, like better armor, sunglasses that give you slightly more defense that we're probably never going to buy. The thing I'm most interested in we can't afford, the ancient coin that doubles our current luck, gives us more defense, and increases our odds of finding treasure. More importantly, they sell these two things here that are used to create enchanted rings and enchanted jewelry. We're going to be coming back here a lot to pick up things like that. They also sell healing items, which are going to be very important to us as well. But we'll get into more detail as to why some of those are important later. Happy day, car! Good luck out there. Don't get sand in your eyes. What? It's an expression, car? Whatever. Please scan your security keycard. We don't have one of those. But yeah, whenever you see these giant letters, that's because that's the security clearance you need to go through that door. There's gonna be a lot of that around here. Oh, hey, there's another memory. Whee! We're not gonna be able to reach that right now anyway. Meanwhile, you'll notice there's another of these doors that leads to another identical room. You may be wondering what those are for. We'll figure that out later. Security keycard D. Keycard for civilians allows access to D-level clearance areas. Makes you wonder why somebody just left one of those in a box there. Let's just say what type of room that is may be a hint as to why that's there. But we'll address that when we understand what those rooms are for. That's, for now, a if you know, you know. But now we can open these doors. Because we just scan our card at the panel, and we can walk right in. Scythe Ring surrounds melee orbs with spinning scythes that slice enemies. Equip new passive rings in the orbs menu. And then, Colossal Blade vivisects enemies with a giant blade. Equip new spell necklaces in the orbs menu. We will be equipping that one immediately because I do really like Colossal Blade. And it does a lot more damage than Aura Blast. As you can see, from 12 to 36. And I believe the cost is roughly the same. We will, of course, put the Scythe Ring on. I have no reason not to. Though it is less effective, in my opinion, for the blade, because you'll notice it only spins around the orb, so you have to be at point-blank range for the damage from the scythes to take effect. But if something gets right up in your shit, it'll take care of that problem for you. For something like the regular blue orb, it would actually be more effective, because every attack would benefit from it. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Because you'll notice they keep the scythes with them when they go forward. So you actually get the full benefit of it that way. But I like the blade orbs. So we'll keep them for now. These are the tablets you can read with, well, your tablet. Which is more lore stuff we'll get into later. Soul Scanner. Displays the names of foes when they're hit. So now we can identify our enemies. I believe here in the journal... Yeah, there's also a bestiary here in the journal. I do like that it actually gives the description for the enemy just when you're looking at it here. So we could actually go through these quickly. Chauffeur Spring, an obsolete robot programmed to attack any sign of life. Chauffeur Tank, a tank designed to ram enemies, modeled after an extinct bird of prey. Blossom Automaton, a self-propagating machine built in the image of an ancient flower. Mobile Blossom, a flower-like machine that acts as a mobile artillery cannon. Ceiling Star, a discarded prototype that failed its original purpose, now replicates unchecked in the wild. Chauffeur Helicopter, it hovers through the city, searching for and attacking those who are out after curfew. Weird curfew timing if there's still somebody working in this library, but it's past curfew. But I guess if they live in the library, then curfew doesn't much matter to them, huh? File downloaded Emperor Nuvius. No, we're certainly not going through that door. That's a real high clearance right there, isn't it? We can't get to the upper right of this area yet either, because that's past where you saw the long jump that I couldn't make. We can, however, go this way. These are neat, by the way, because these are actually conveyor belts you control the direction of, as long as you touch the panel at the start of the conveyor belt. So they're good for going through an area fast, because you could just point yourself in the right direction, zoom along. As you might imagine, if you didn't have the conveyor belt going the right way, these helicopters would be a nuisance. See, we can go back the other way, that way. And you can fight it just by hopping, so it's not really a big deal if you end up having it facing the wrong way. But it's for traversing that whole long stretch on the map there faster. And you can place markers. I'm probably gonna forget to do that, but I do highly recommend doing so, because there's gonna be a lot of places where you'll have a reason to come back. Like right here. We can't do anything with this right now, but you'll want to come back there. Neat thing, by the way, I can knock that guy's grenades out of the air. You just bat him out of the air with your sword. So, this is really just a very well-made game. Ooh, security visor. They also explode with their own grenades. Like, they will take damage from their own explosives, which is fun. But that security visor is a helmet we can use, which is way more armor than we have right now. A flimsy plastic visor for blocking out riot gas. Because I believe that's the stuff in these bombs. Which is funny that they blow up and die from it, considering apparently their helmet's supposed to filter that out. Remember what I said about ledge grab being important? Yeah, it's used a lot. Oh, wrong button. Gargoyle sentries. Just really angry Roombas. That's Colossal Blade, by the way. Just swings a giant version of the blade orb sword at things. Really handy for getting rid of a lot of problems at once. Because it'll hit everything that's within the reach of the blade, as you might imagine. Get some jerky, which is another healing item. This game really gives you a lot of healing. And I highly recommend making use of it when you need to. Another C clearance door. We still only have D clearance, so we're not going through there. This isn't like anything we've seen before, and we don't even have all the pieces. Genzo wants it working again by the end of the week. We've only had it for a couple weeks. That's madness. No kidding, but you know what he'll do if we don't. Shoot, I'm gonna need some more coffee. And off they go, having forgotten to close the door behind them. Good for us, because we don't have C clearance, and the C clearance key's right there. The frame from the Timespinner. Looks badly damaged, though. Must be trying to fix it and use it for themselves. Good thing I found the wheel before they did. I need to stay focused. They knew where and what it was when they attacked, but clearly not how it worked. Fools. But if they had this a couple weeks, I must have lost some time when I got thrown through the portal. I need to keep moving. Yeah, so we traveled through time, but not very far. Or we were just unconscious for weeks, which would be an experience. Security keycard C. Keycard for entry-level scientists and interns. Allows access to C-level clearance areas. Good of them to just let their keycard in here. I can't use the Timespinner with just its wheel. I need to look for another piece. I gotta say, it's also very convenient that they just happen to move the Timespinner here for us. Now we can open all these C rank doors. And meet the Flesh Arachnid. Yes, it's exactly what it says on the tin, and it's just as upsetting as you might think it is. With its giant eye and very fleshy parts. There's gonna be a lot of them, and they love to attack you from the ceiling. Which is why I like Colossal Blade, because I can just knock them off the damn ceiling, while also getting rid of the one on the floor. Very convenient that way. Or in this case, getting rid of a gargoyle at the same time. Which these gargoyles are fairly ineffectual. Even if they are somewhat intimidating looking, you can just hop over them. And by the time they turn around, you'll probably have killed them. So not really the biggest threat. Like, this area is not that dangerous. I remember actually struggling a little bit when I was going through here back when I played back in the day. But I think that was mostly just because I was being very lazy. Just trying to, like, push through everywhere, not even fighting them most of the time. Just, like, hopping over them and trying to just push through without fighting. Which was a terrible idea, I might add. Considering you miss out on the money and on the experience from having cleared them out. It just makes everything way harder than it needs to be. I don't think I want to be down there yet. I'd rather go over this way first. Yep, there's a chest here. Mind refresh, that's for restoring aura, as you might imagine. Nope, not breakable. Now we're down here. Just sneaking through the vents to access all kinds of places we shouldn't be. Then we hop down here. Fool the gargoyle. And then grab the elevator keycard. A personal ID badge that allows access to all elevators in Varndergrey Metropolis. Right, it was Metropolis, not Monastery. It just feels like a monastery a little bit. I blame the music to a certain degree for that one. Oh, right. We can use the elevator here, but there's a neat trick you can do in this room if you feel the need to. You can just hop right up by using that guy's head. It'll be probably very important when I go to do randomized versions of this, which is actually how I learned that I could actually reach that, is when I randomized this, because let me tell you, elevator keycard wasn't there. I remember that distinctly because I was like, well, I'm in trouble now because I can't go anywhere. They expect you to do some really interesting maneuvering when this is randomized. There's another memory, and an essence crystal. You saw that in the crow shop. It's part of making necklaces and things. And look, there's another one of these doors that leads to another one of these rooms. Gee, I wonder what they can be for. Because they're clearly not save rooms, so what could they be? Oh, B-rank door we can't go through yet. As you might imagine, this place basically becomes a nice, clean, easy thoroughfare once you have all the keycards. But without all the clearance, it's kind of inconvenient. Military hangar. These beams seem concerning, don't they? That's because they are. You can't go through them right now. They will hurt you. They don't hurt you much. I remember spending quite a bit of time trying to break that. I genuinely was trying to, like, clip through them because it would be funny. I tried all kinds of nonsense to, like, backdash my way into them to see if the knockback would, like, send me through them or anything. None of it worked. There we go. Thanks to the elevator, we can get this. Just another bit of jerky. Jerky is delicious when it's properly made, anyway. There's a little C door that we can go through, and this is back where we came from, so off we go. Gee, thanks. I'm so pleased to be here in Flesh-Eracted Hallway. If I could just not be in here, that'd be great. Doo-doo-doo. There's a neat other mechanic to this game that we'll get into here shortly as well. And I've mentioned it on stream before because it's one of those things where it's like, you know, this is a unique idea that I wish more games would do. I got a little bit ahead of myself. We have to do this boss fight first. Spindle from the Timespinner. They must have brought it back too. Or it was sucked through like me in the wheel. Mother said the spindle gathered the threads of time. With this, the wheel, and the frame, I could use the Timespinner again. I could go back and warn everyone. If I could get back to Windaria. No, I'll do one better. I'll go back and kill the Emperor before he can ever come to Windaria in the first place. Yeah, because that's not going to wreak havoc on the time stream at all. Timespinner Spindle. Spindle of the Timespinner. Allows limited time travel. Is basically, you know, it's like a spinning wheel. You're weaving the tapestry of time. And then this thing opens up. Varndervroth. Now, you might imagine that this thing's gonna be fairly easy to beat, and you'd be right. He's not really that dangerous. His missile launcher's probably the most dangerous thing he has, and the scythes stop that pretty handily for you. Oh, never mind. This is the most dangerous thing he has. His flamethrower is kind of annoying. He's also got one other party trick he hasn't shown off yet. The missiles would be more of a problem, by the way, if I didn't have the scythes on. The scythes are actually what's stopping a bunch of the missiles, because they fly up and bump into that. This is his other party trick. He'll dash across the room. This is what time stopping's for. You just immediately say no to him doing that. Please get off of my head. Fine, we'll just do it that way. As you can see, he is completely avoidable without time stopping. Time stopping just makes it way easier to dodge. And back when I was playing this originally, I was adamantly not using the time stop at all. So I was just doing exactly what I just did there over and over for this fight. Nope, I timed it wrong. There is a timing trick to that, where you can absolutely just do that to get away from that problem. We are going to heal just a little bit here to be on the safe side. He shouldn't have much left in him. I moved too early. That was completely my own fault. And then I bumped right into him like a fool. Okay, I'm gonna have to heal again because I'm suddenly doing a horrendous job. Way to go, me. Oh, wow, that does not heal much at all, huh? That's fine. He should be almost dead. Okay, fine. I'll heal properly. I gotta love how I did this so clean, because I did up to this in testing to make sure this is something I actually wanted to do, and now I'm just botching every move I'm making. As usual, really. And that's why I didn't want to heal, because I knew if I used a big heal, it was gonna be right before he died. But I misremembered how much health he had. Which, you know, that's just how it goes every time, isn't it? And there's the other thing I wanted to talk about. What are you? Alright, come if you want then, just don't get in my way. So this game has a unique feature in that it actually has local co-op. But you have to wait till you get to the point where you have this little companion here for the local co-op to come into play. Now the neat thing is, your little flying companion here, completely indestructible. So you can actually really abuse the system with the local co-op. If you really want to. Because you basically just have an indestructible little fire-breathing nightmare on your side here. So I think they need to level up a little bit before they breathe fire, or they just sometimes do it. I don't remember which. But as you can see, much like the familiars in something like Symphony of the Night, they just occasionally do the thing. And they'll level up the more they do stuff. And obviously, you'll want them to level up a bit if you want them to do anything. If they never level up, they will just be trash the entire game. Unfortunately. Yeah, now we have two parts of the Timespinner, so now we can actually manipulate time a little bit. Because that's not going to have consequences at all. But, you know, we're the main character. When have our actions ever had consequences that we would ever get punished for? So, since we have those parts, I should probably go back to where the Timespinner was. Because we didn't really... Oh no, I can go back to those rooms where the keycard doors were. Let's go back there first, and then we'll go to the Timespinner. Because if I go to the Timespinner now, we're going to miss out on a couple things. Because as you might imagine, we're going to end up leaving. Oh yeah, now this elevator works as well, because elevator keycard. Oh wait, yeah, that's where the spinner is. That's why it's marked on the map. So I think the door I wanted to go to is actually the one we just came out of, but I'm going to double check. This is why marking things is important, so you remember which clearance is where. I know a bunch of the ones over here were higher clearance than we have, but I just want to make sure that there wasn't another C-rank clearance that I forgot about. Right, I should just use the elevator to go further down, because there's this room here. With another memory, and... more sand. Boing. Hey, we never did go through this door, which is where another save point was. They have a lot of save points in the early parts of this game, which is very nice of them, but also fairly unnecessary. Okay, maybe I did just misremember thinking that there was another C rank somewhere around here. Oh well. To the spinner we go, then. I think it was just that door we came through that I was thinking of, and I just forgot that it was the exit to that shortcut, not that it was a extra item room. They wanted me to go farther back than any of the messengers had before. Stop the Lakemi from ever finding us. This is what I've been training for. I'll kill them all. Wait, There's supposed to be calibration gears. Maybe if I... Well, here goes nothing. Yeah, you'll notice the thing up at the top is missing and the thing on the right is missing. And we just blew it up again. Wow, we ended up really high up. It's almost like this building didn't exist this time. Ah, that probably was a bad idea. No, lucky for us, somebody's actually fishing our stupid body out of the water. Tuning gears. Back in Timespinner. Stock Lakim. Emperor. Mother. Where am I? Lakim, you fell a great distance. I'm glad you've recovered. Lakim, been unconscious for a day. You have a strange accent, friend. In your sleep, you mentioned a time spinner. I used it to... What year is it? Year of the Sisters 52. That's 1,000 years ago. Are you from the future? Your aura is so different, but is that possible? 1,000 years too far. You're in the camp of the Veletian army. We're at war with Lakim. At war against Lakim? So I could still destroy them, stop them long before they came to Windaria. I don't know what you mean, but you may find things to be more complicated than that. Nonetheless, if you are from the future, you'd best keep your origin to yourself. Wouldn't do to make others suspicious. You seem to trust me. Yes, I believe I do. However, you look like Lakimi. But I'm not Lakimi. It may have something to do with the plasma then. If you've never been exposed to it, your aura... I'll have to study this more. Nonetheless, it would do you well to be careful. Thank you. My name's List. Lunace. Welcome to Alcame, Lunace. Hey, I noticed you have magic orbs. As an alchemist, I can harness their power to make enchanted jewelry. I can make necklaces to cast spells and rings to protect you. Nice, that sounds really helpful. Yep, unfortunately I can't make something from nothing. In order to create a new piece, I'll need an essence crystal, a golden ring or necklace. Then I can infuse the jewelry with the power of your orbs. I assume you'll require some payments as well? No, don't need to worry about that. I'm here to help people. Money won't do me any good anyway. I'm well taken care of here. Understood. Let's see what you got. So this is when we gain the ability to start making things, but you'll notice we can't actually make any necklaces yet. We can, once we grab a ring, make the Bleak Ring, which makes sequential attacks boost melee damage, but also increase damage taken. So it's a risk-reward. You do more and more physical melee damage, but you do take more in return. I remember using it a bit. Hey, look, it's one of these doors again. Huh. Still don't know what this does, but it looks different now. Something to think about. Got a campfire set up here. Got a room with nobody in it. Halt! Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you with Lakim? No, I'm here to fight them, just like you. Huh. Arstel, it's okay. Lune seems to be telling the truth. I found her outside the camp. She's been attacked by Lakemi. Doesn't remember much. She could be a spy. I'm not a spy. You look like Lakemi. Everyone stop saying that. I'm nothing like them, and when I find that murdering leader of theirs, I'll... I have to excuse my suspicion. Ever since my unit was stranded here when Lakim took control of the portal to Villet, we've been beset on all sides by foes. Portal to Villet? You must have hit your head hard. It's how we go between worlds, or how we used to. Between the soldiers, the vicious wildlife, and the bleakness, we've lost a lot of good people. The only ones I've left from my units are out in the forest somewhere. They'll be back, Haristal. I hope so, Nell. I can't afford to leave the camp unattended. Lunace, huh? We could use some help around here. Okay, you can stay. That was a quick decision to make, huh? Hello again, how are you feeling? Better. There's gonna be a bump on my head for a while, though. It'll fade. Here. Huh? It'll help with the pain. I'm an alchemist. I've learned the art of imbuing items like this with magical energy. It does help. Thanks. That's quite the talent. Not like you. Can you tell me more about your time powers? I don't know. My clan had always guarded the Timespinner. Trained people in how to use it, but it was destroyed, so there's only so much I can do now. So you really are from the future. Can you get back? I don't know. With this wheel, though, I can at least stop time for a moment. It's amazing. If I can understand that kind of magic, I could help a lot of people. Maybe help you. In the meantime, with your powers, maybe you could help me? I misplaced my alchemy tools outside of camp. Can't find them? No, I know where they are, but the bridge is out. Don't look at me! I was gathering supplies around the lake when something big rushed me from the darkness. When I fled back to the forest, Herstel decided it'd be best to destroy the bridge to keep the local fauna out. But she's a bit overzealous with her decisions. You don't see any more murder beasts around here, do you? Anyway, with your time powers, maybe you could get back across the bridge and find my pack? I'll see what I can do. Here, take this. It should help clear the way to the west of the lake. Thanks. Fire orb. An orb of crystallized fire that splits into 2 fireballs. Yep, that's our replacement for the blade orb right there. Because what it does is it splits and then comes back together again. The scythes are going to be kind of useless on this, admittedly. But the fire is going to be fairly helpful. How do I explore this little bit of the map here? Oh, I think I need to go above this spot. Oh, there we go. I got close enough. Keep your wits about you. The fauna here are dangerous. I'm 1,000 years in the past, stuck on Lakeem. There's no Timespinner here. It only exists 1,000 years in the future. Even with the wheel and the spindle, I can't do anything without the right frame. Nothing to do but to explore. Yeah, you would think that would be a potential really big problem, huh? Not being able to go anywhere else in time because our device is gone. Oh hey, it's the bird that the robots in the future are designed about. Guess we know why they're gone in the future, huh? Because we end up wiping them out. Well, that's a shame. Now, it's gonna get a bit tougher from here as well. Here in the past, the enemies are a lot stronger. Or compared to the enemies of the future. So welcome to a big part of how this game is gonna work out. There's gonna be time travel involved. Shocking idea. Pointy hat is way better than what we're wearing, so we'll go ahead and slap that on. You could have gotten a security vest, by the way, from those security guards I was fighting. I didn't happen to get it this time. I got it in testing is why I know that for a fact off the top of my head. And of course, we have a few more things we ran into. The gargoyle sentries. Strange invention that both cleans and protects. So it really is just an angry Roomba. Patrols these research towers in search of unwanted visitors. A grotesque spiders that watches the city, but for whom? Something we didn't see, and the baby Chauffeur. Despite its cuddly appearance, this young bird is still quite dangerous. And you can see it shows the drop table for these things, but only if you've gotten the drop to happen. And the star count is the rarity. The higher the star count, the more rare the item is, I believe. As you can see, a lot of these things didn't drop anything. There was actually a... Or maybe less stars is higher rarity? I'm not actually sure which way that goes now that I see that. Because if it was less stars easier to get, we should have gotten these, logically. So I think that puts a hole in my own thought there. Okay, there's also a bunch of feats. These are basically just the achievements for the game. Don't look at them unless you want spoilers of information. Hey, look, there's the plant that the other things are based on, too. And those moths will definitely poison you, as their name says, and poison is kind of miserable. So don't let that happen. Hey, I think I found the broken bridge. Oh, we don't really need time powers to get across this bridge now, do we? We just need parkour. We'll definitely need, because I'm inevitably going to get poisoned by one of those butterflies. Oh yeah, let that be a note as well. Your little dragon friend can and will attack things off screen as long as they're in the same room as you. And relatively close? Okay, yeah, we're not making that jump. We are gonna have to restore the bridge. Or find a way around. One of the two. But if there was a normal way around, presumably they would have found it, or the wildlife would have found it and used it to access this area by now. You'll notice when we're really close to a target, these flames actually do really high damage because the scythes kick in as well. But the reason why the flames are nice is because it does damage twice because of each flame. And your average enemy is large enough that both flames will hit fairly commonly. You just lose certain attack angles is the downside to this. Like Serene that way, Castle Keep that way. It's a rat. Notice that the damage number is different for that rat. The reason for that is if we scroll down to it, it's weak to fire. You'll see red numbers if anything is weak to the attack you're doing, basically. And blue if they're resistant to it. And, well, the numbers you've normally been seeing are it's neutral. The kind of like orangey, yellowish numbers. Oh no, white is neutral. There we go. For some reason I thought it was a different color. Goes to show how much I've been paying attention to that. Oh look, another pointy hat. Because that's what we needed, right? We needed 2 of the same hat. Land bat. Land bat. Probably don't want to hop down there. But our only other path was back there. Thing is, I don't think I can get back out of there. So let's go the other way first. I had meant to attract the other one too, so I could clean them all out in one hit. Oh well. We're gonna want to stock up on Cheveur drumsticks. Because as you might imagine, they're useful. Because what they are is material. They're not actually food directly, but they'll be useful to us later. For reasons we'll get into when it's proven. Oh, never mind, these are just items, so I do need to jump down into the water. But this is also where you get a bunch of components, and where you pick up the jewelry box, a portable jewelry case. Use L2 and R2 to switch between 3 sets of equipped orbs. So now you have equipment sets that you can use. I probably won't be using that anytime soon, because there's not enough difference between the stuff we have for it to be worth doing. But now that we have more components, I think we can do more things. Yeah, now we can make the Infernal Flames necklace, because we have the orb for it. And we can also make the Pyro Ring. Immolates melee attacks, causing them to ignite enemies and objects, but we don't have a gold ring. Did anything change in here? No, nothing changed in here yet. Okay, you don't have anything else to say. I thought there was something else that was supposed to be in here, but I think that's after we go get the alchemy tools. The unfortunate thing about having knowledge of the future is that time becomes a finicky subject, because you'll get your timelines crossed. Ooh, orange juice. I forgot the plant bats can drop that. You know, they really do look like angry flying oranges, so I guess that makes sense. And remember, Luna's levels separately from her orbs. We can't swim yet. I think that's why I was confused about whether I could get back out of the lake. Was I was anticipating sinking more than that. Or orange juice. Is orange juice health or magic? I don't remember. You'll notice it's lit up, so it is immediately usable. But it doesn't always tell you what something will do, as you saw with the jerky, where we used it and it didn't heal much. It goes with that line of thought as well, where you'll just have to kind of hope and try items because they don't always tell you what to do. We got just a plain old wooden box here. That'll usually have just like antidotes, usable items, things like that. You'll always be able to tell the idea of what you're gonna get out of a box based on the look of the box. Like the green chests, as you've seen, usually have power-ups and other relatively important things in them. The wooden ones just have usables. A letter of some kind. It's about Villette and Lakim. Maybe this can give me more insight into what's going on here. I'll read this one now because this is actually relevant to what we're doing. Jero Kyle, head of thaumaturgical studies, University of Plothar Province, Villette. We've concluded our thaumaturgical analysis of the portal and the world beyond. We have confirmed that it is indeed Lakim, our sister world in the sky, untouched by civilization, it abounds with life, at times to a dangerous degree. See Appendix B, Megafauna. It is rich with natural resources. Unfortunately, Lakim also completely lacks the presence of plasma in its atmosphere. As soon as our team moved beyond the portal, its effects were felt. The longer we stayed, the more pronounced the symptoms. We have called this disease the bleakness. It weakens our auras, creates fatigue and irritability, pain and weakness. I fear that prolonged exposure could result in death for some constitutions. Therefore, despite the rich potential of the world, it is with regret that I must recommend for the safety of our people that the portal to Lakim not be used. We will continue to study the ethereal flow of the portal from this side. So yeah, the people of Villette opened a portal to Lakim, or at the very least discovered a portal to Lakim, and realized it doesn't really work with them very well. But the fact that they mention it is lacking civilization is interesting, considering they end up at war with a civilization here. So I guess they just missed the areas that were populated, or they just consider the Lakemi uncivilized, which, you know, that's fairly typical, isn't it? So really, at the end of the day, it ends up the same. Now that sure is a drawbridge that is very up. Typical of a castle. Though you would think the drawbridge would be raised higher than that instead of just kind of sticking out. Document the Prime Edicts. Well, we can't go this way at all right now, it looks like. Let's go ahead and read that as well. Prime Edicts of Truant Volterlis is first Emperor of United Villette. Powers of the aura are our birthright, the gift of the plasma. Those with magical ability are the natural apex of our race. We seek to improve ourselves and our auras through research, alchemy, exploration, and experimentation. Those with powerful auras are the natural leaders of the people. Those with powerful auras shall be raised by the magical elite as is their rightful place. Those who defy this new order will be sentenced to Lakim to live out their lives deprived of the blessed plasma. Through magic, our world is made whole. We are the people of all Villette, one world with one purpose under one leader. Aha! So we're starting to see where the cause of the issue between Villette and Lakim is. They basically started using it as a prison world to ditch all the non-magical people to. You might start to get the idea that maybe anybody that got stuck living here on Lakim might start to have a bias against anybody that has magic. Gee, I wonder if there's a self-fulfilling prophecy problem here. Where our issue is just the result of people being fucking stupid, as usual. And rather than learning to work together with somebody that's different, they throw them under the bus. It really... I don't understand why they would just chuck people without magic into another world when they can put them to use. Like, it seems like an untapped resource to a certain degree. Like, I'm sure there's non-magical work that needs to be done, unless they've literally put their society to a point where everything is done with magic, which I guess is possible. And I wonder if they even attempted to, like, give magic to the magicless, or if they just went, you know what, it's easier to just throw these guys through the portal. Kind of like if you just had a magic wormhole appear in your house, most people probably would start throwing their trash through it because it's out of sight, out of mind. It's just gone now. We don't have to deal with it. You know, ignoring the fact that that's a horrific solution to the problem, because all it'll do is mean whatever's on the other side's gonna be real pissed at you. Welcome to the Caves of Banishment. Full of ectoplasms that don't particularly care about fire. So this might actually be a point where we go back to the blade orbs for a bit, because it does a little bit more damage to them. At least I think it was. Let me actually check. Is it fire that wasn't doing damage, or was it the blade that wasn't? Oh yeah, poison moth. Silently flies through the sky, poisoning travels with its noxious spores. Poses as a succulent fruit in order to swoop down on the unwary. So it really is supposed to look like an orange with the plant bat. And then we've got a bunch of missing bit ectoplasm, a slime commonly found near untended graves. Okay, so fire is good against it. It was the physical that was bad. Okay, never mind. We're sticking with the fire orbs then. I think I got confused because I swapped at this point when I was playing before. And I'd gotten it backwards. I had swapped to the fire orbs here because I didn't bother to swap off of the blade orbs until this point because it was working. Remember, I'm digging through fairly old memory here, so now and then it's gonna get crossed. Mushroom Tower. Hey, we got poisoned. What do you know? Just go ahead and chug that antidote. These are some of the most effective slimes you'll run into. Oh, I tell you what. There we go. Joke's on you. I have many, many ranged options. So I think we'll only ever have, like, true range with our spells. I don't think we ever actually have, like, any really decent range orbs. I believe this is one of the longer reach weapons you get, because they're all, like, roughly the same reach. Though it does specifically say melee orbs, so maybe I'm remembering wrong, or that was something I didn't end up finding. Just crush that siren. No need to deal with them more than we have to. So the way they're designed, it kind of looks like they just took a body and peeled it like a banana down at the lower half, and I don't know what to do with that information. Who are you? What? Something's familiar about you. I'm not with the Lakemi, despite what I look like. I'm Lunace. You with the Valetians? Yeah. Aristel's worried about you. Of course she is. I'm Ramita, our medic. You okay? Yeah, no. I found this man wandering the caves. He's got the bleakness, and bad. I need help getting him back to camp. Bleakness? He must be new. Help me get him back and I'll explain. Port. Found this man and wandering the caves. He's a second lieutenant by his uniform. Must have been from another unit. Looks bad. Bleakness got him worse than most. I may be able to help him. Let's get him comfortable. What's the bleakness? A curse of this world. Any of us who are away from Vlet too long get it. For most, it's a minor sickness with aching pains and a sense of longing. For others, it's much more deadly. Did the Lakemi have it? Sure, they all came from Vlet after all, and it's probably why they got so violent. I mean, it would make sense, yeah, if it comes with a sense of longing, they would be lashing out at anybody that has what they don't have anymore, essentially. Also, Twitch, I do not care about your TwitchCon tickets. Get this notification out of my face. Anyway, don't mind that. Oh, nice, right? Unless you're quite the fighter. How are you feeling? Some scratches, some bruises, nothing I can't handle. I'd offer you some healing salves, but I'm dangerously low on supplies. We've been stuck here for weeks since the Lakemi took control of the portal back to Valette. With the casualties we've suffered and this young soldier to take care of, I've run out of a lot of necessities. I'd go out into the forest to collect more herbs, but, well, you've seen how dangerous the fauna is on Lakim. It's nothing I can't handle. Sure, you've got those orbs. You must be of high birth. High birth? Only those of high birth have that kind of power back on Valette. Can't ask you to endanger yourself, but if you could bring me some herbs, it would go a long way toward helping us. And I can make you some salves, too, of course. Sure, what do you need? I've seen the herbs I need chewed up around the woods. I think the forest rodents must hoard them. Could you hunt them down and bring me 4 herbs? Now, you might be thinking that's why I was gathering the herbs. And you'd be right, because there's a lot of side quests that involve picking up things that the monsters drop. So it would be in your best interest to farm the monsters as much as you can as you're proceeding through areas, because you can just turn these items in after the fact. Like right now. These are the herbs you need? Thank you, yes, these will help a great deal. I'm no soldier, even those rodents would have given me trouble, but I can make healing salves from these. Maybe help this guy. You know, I had a dream the other night about stopping the war. Returning home to Valette. Your familiar was there, the dragon. Maybe you're really here to help us. Maybe I am. Anyway, Seikit is usually handles the inventory, but he's not back yet. If you find him, talk to him about buying healing salves. Thanks again. Of mice and medicine completed. Bear in mind what they were just talking about with somebody handling inventory. Ordinarily, I think you would have completed the part where you find them by the time you would get those herbs if you hadn't gotten lucky and picked them up immediately. I did not find your tools yet, but I wanted to debate this again. Do I want the Infernal Flames? It is a useful spell, from what I recall. Same with the Pyro Ring, but we can't buy rings right now. So I'd have to go find a ring to make that. But since we got portaled back here by doing the part where we grab the medic, we actually have to go back down there. I do believe. I don't think there's anything else we can do at the moment. Yeah, we've got a lot of ground left to cover in the present. We just can't go back there yet. And no, I don't consider it a spoiler to say we can't go back yet, because let's be real here. It'd be really awkward if you couldn't go back. Because that would mean there'd be no physical way to open all those other doors and such. Which would be weird for a Metroidvania, you know? But yeah, the reason why I want those silver drumsticks is because of another side quest. I'll just let that one out into the air now. And if I can get those drumsticks ahead of time, it'll make my life a lot simpler. Free potion. Oh yeah, I believe the... what's the word for it? Randomized isn't the right word, but I think there's a pool of items you can get from those wooden chests. And it just picks from the pool. So I guess random isn't wrong. I just have a different context for something being randomized at this point. Because, you know, it isn't, like, shuffled with a separate intent from just being the loot drop pool for a specific thing. Whereas, with randomizers and such being a concept, the context of randomized is different now. I wonder... You, come here. Hey, come get me. I would need 2 of them to get there. And they'd need to be spaced well enough, so I don't think that's a viable idea. We also saw what it was. It was another note, so I'm not too fussed about getting that right now. But remember, keep in mind that I can do that. There's gonna be times where you can actually, I think, sequence break a little bit by doing that. I also have a really strong itch to go back to the present right now because of something I know we can do because of something we have now. But we can't go there. Actually, you know what? I'll just say it because anybody with multiple working brain cells will probably work it out on their own anyway. The fire orbs can allow us to burn through those plants that were in our way back in the present. But since we can't go back, we can't do that yet. Can't go down here yet. Alright, we haven't even addressed the copper wyverns as far as the journal goes yet. We'll get to them later, when we have a few more enemies to scroll through. Ooh, wyvern tail. I think that's food? Well, it's a food item. Oh, right, the sirens. I completely just burnt through all my energy without saving it for these. They're kind of annoying to reach. But as you can see, they're still not much of a threat even then. And yes, the wooden chest will respawn, I think, every time you leave the area. So I think actually we could just walk in and out of this room even and keep re-triggering those. And I think I was barking up the wrong tree by coming back here. I thought we came back here immediately, but I think... oh, no. More has to happen before those reset. Never mind. Yeah, because I thought I could use the elevator immediately, but I apparently am wrong. So I'm not 100% sure what I'm supposed to be doing right now, and I probably was supposed to talk to somebody in there and get my next task, and I just ran off instead. It's fine, we picked up a lot of stuff because of this, so it was still somewhat worthwhile. Actually, wait, that looks partially broken. I think I might get something that breaks through that instead. I thought it was an elevator, but I might be right and wrong simultaneously. Might be one of those fun moments where my brain is crossing pieces of information. Yes, yes, I know. Brain be funny. And there's also the lower part of this room that I don't remember how we get to. But actually, wait, wasn't there water further over? Yeah. We go through the water, but we can't yet. That's nice. Double orange juice. It would have been really funny if we got 3. Well, no. I'm always sassy, but that's an option for y'all to sass me. That's the point of it. It's an opportunity to return it. It still makes me laugh that I made that noise just completely off the cuff ages ago. And since then, it's just been one of the sounds that has stuck around the longest. Yeah, I made that. That is literally my own voice there. And then I just loaded it into Blurp because you can do that. Because that was requested literally years upon years ago at this point. Back when I was doing, I think it was still when I was doing Alundra 1 was when I had mainly made that noise, and then I ended up taking a clip from that to make that voice clip there. Or I should say, I was originally going to do that, and then I couldn't get the quality where I wanted it to, so I ended up redoing it entirely. Now that leads to the castle ramparts. Yeah, let's just go back to the camp, because I think I'm forgetting something. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's also why that sounds a little weird compared to how the microphone sounds now, because that's like 4 microphones ago. And the quality was way worse back then. So I was also still working out how to make the audio sound decent, which it still could be better. But, you know. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. It just still has work yet to be done. Because the audio processing can always get better. Yep, people have moved. You heard it all? I have some medication. I've given some medications to Sikis, who is, I think, still not here. Sounds good. Nope, you still have the same thing to say. And Seikis still isn't here, so I don't know why. I think I've done something out of order. Yeah, because I think I was supposed to actually do the get the tools thing, and I just forgot the step I needed to do that. In fact, actually, I know exactly what I was supposed to do now. I did that thing again where the obvious is in front of me, and I'm like, I could go do the other thing, though. Because remember, they even specifically said to use your time powers to get across the bridge there. Because what you're supposed to do is actually just hop on an enemy. Same thing I've been showing y'all everywhere but where I was supposed to do it. Oh, goddammit. I thought I could jump over it. Didn't quite have enough clearance. Oh no, some of my huge collection of antidotes. No. No, there's another butterfly still, right? I was debating saving that one, but I think there's one more. Yeah, right there. That's all you need to do to get to the western side of the lake. Literally just didn't end up doing that because Brain decided, hey, let's go to the east instead of the west, ignoring the fact that I needed to be in the west. Because we had read the fact that she had said it was on the western side like 4 times, and I just decided to ignore that. There we go, Lake Serene. Let's not actually go in there yet, though, because there's one more room over here to look at. And I, for some reason, thought that that was the save point right there. I think, actually, this is the save point over here. Nope. Loot. Which is even better. Because we're going to want every max HP increase we can get. Which right now we're at 272. That's not bad. Your health is, I believe, impacted both by how many of those pickups you get and how many levels you have. Because I think that's the only thing that levels directly impact. I'm not sure if you actually get any more damage out of leveling or not. Right, these things. Yeah. I remember being kind of annoyed by them because they would just be in the way. Not really a threat, just kind of annoying and in the way. Well, I guess you could just do this and just avoid that entirely. But again, back then I was avoiding using time stopping because I just didn't like it. And I still don't really care about it as a mechanic, but it is what it is. Ah. Notice this isn't a baby Shiver, this is a wild one, and it's dead. Thanks, stranger. Gathering food was never quite this much of an ordeal back on Villette. Did you come from the camp? Yes, Lakemi soldiers had attacked me and Les took me in. You're with them? Just adjusting in my chair a little bit, hang on. Yeah, name's Sakis. Lunes, Arsto was worried about you. Better get back then. Thanks again. Come say hi next time you're around. And now we'll have the quartermaster of the group available. Which I was supposed to have before, but I did things in a weird order, so it got a little awkward. Actually, I need that bird. Nope, too high. God damn it. Line up properly, you bastard. There you go. Grab the free potion, and now we can go up here. There's a demonstration that burning things is a concept, by the way. Which, you know, you should figure out that setting things on fire is an idea anyway, but it makes it very clear to you, because you'll more than likely accidentally set those on fire more than anything, just fighting the enemy. Open that. You'll notice there's no real way for us to get that. So you'll have to come back there at some point. I was gonna say in the future, but technically that's not true. Like, it is and isn't true at the same time. That's what makes this being time travel a little funny at times. Oh, that's a big chicken. That's a big angry chicken. That's a big dead chicken. I think I'm gonna have enough Shiver drumsticks for that side quest. I think that's why I was confused. I think the one we just saved is the one that gives the side quest for that. Because I believe the herbs and the drumstick quest are supposed to be given at the same time. But since I grabbed them out of order, it got a little weird. The best part is, I'm pretty sure that's exactly how I ended up doing it back then, too. I'm pretty sure I did it backwards then, too. So I didn't really listen to what they were telling me to do. I just kind of traipsed off in my own direction as I do. I was like, yeah, what's over here? I got ground to explore. I'll get back to your quest whenever I feel like doing it. More water and more flies. Thank you. Hup, hup. Oh, that was almost so smooth. And then that happened. Okay, there's gonna be too many of you. There we go. We're just getting real tired of the buzzing. Yeah, those are not platforms up there. Why do these exist then? Eh. Maybe it's just teaching you something. Hey, the alchemy tools, but there's also a boss door here. The Azure Queen. You'll notice she's chained in place, though. Isn't that a little weird? It's almost like the Lakemi are keeping this here so that it keeps making more eggs here specifically. Oh, but it can just lift its chains up. So you know what? Maybe it's not stuck here after all. Maybe it used to be stuck somewhere else and it just couldn't remove those. Huh. I really gotta stop bumping into her. fight would be going way faster if I had the immolate effect, as you might imagine. Nope, 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 nope. I'm gonna use a small heal here, just in case. Oh, of course. I heal and the dragon kills her for me. Well, never mind. Burn that. Warp shard. I think that takes us back to camp, so that's intended to be like a, hey, go home, stupid. But we can grab this. Twin Pyramid Key. A pair of golden ceramic pyramids allows travel between previously visited gates. Who are you? What's this? Look, my dear, a visitor. A visitor is right. You're not from around this place, are you? Or this time. She has a little pet, too. My, a dream dragon, is it? You must be very passionate. I can sense her rage. It fills me up. Perhaps we could be would be more to your liking, my dear. You could have us both. I know you want to. We could give you power. The power you want to get your revenge. No. What? The pet talks. Ah, barely. How adorable. Chaos, no. Come now, we're not so bad. We only feed on drama. And this world has provided us with plenty, hasn't it? Ah, yes, our dear Elena. We wouldn't be here without her. Such anger and hatred. Now we'll help her win her little war against Villette. You're helping the Lakemi? No, of course. We created the maw that guards the portal between worlds. The Veletians have been so mean to poor Lakemi. Queen Elena is very upset. Danger! How cute. Such ambition in you. Good luck, dear girl. Let us know if you want something a little more attractive than your little dragon. You can find us in the castle. We'll leave the front door open. Let's go, my dear. So, you talk. Learning. Got a name? Maeve. The doorway's responding to the pyramid keys. Its hum reminds me of the Timespinner. Same thing. It's crazy. We're nowhere near Wind Area. How do you know? Dreams. Huh. So nice pieces? Pieces of what? Pieces of hull. Pieces of Timespinner. The wheel and the spindle? Oh, would it work? I could get back after all. Nuvius. The Emperor. I can still kill him. Ta-da! And this is how we can travel through time. We can now access both the present and the past from any gates we have access to. And that's why I was telling you to pay attention where all of these were. Because you can now freely travel to any of them. They're this game's warp rooms, but they're also not concerned about time. They just let you freely go back and forth through time. Which is convenient, if you think about it. Now, I'm actually going to go ahead and go back to the past for a second, though, and go to the camp, so we can do some merchant work here first. Hey, thanks again for helping me out in the lake. No problem, you don't seem like much of a soldier. I'm the unit's quartermaster. Never was much for fighting. Other than what inner magical talent I have. Oh, really? What kind? I can make small flames. It's useful for cooking, at least. Are you all magical? Oh, no. Not every soldier, no. But for those of us who are, there's an expectation to serve our empire. It's a job, anyway. But we're stuck here now. Lakim took control of the portal home. We're gonna need food and supplies if we're all to survive out here. You're a better hunter than me. I'll cook you something nice if you can bring me drumsticks from the baby chauffeur around here. I think 5 should be enough to make a hearty meal. I'll see what I can do. And we've already done it. Have your meat. That's something I usually hear boys say, but thanks. One freshly cooked drumstick coming right up. And now we can also do some shopping. Hungry? Hurt? Lonely? Let me know what you need. We can buy some leather armor, which we don't really have too much use for, but the jerkin's good enough, so I'll take it. And we can buy a fried chauffeur, jerky, and antidotes here. The fried chauffeur, I think, unlocks when you do that quest. I don't think it's normally there without it. I think it's only jerky at first. but doesn't have what I'm looking for. I thought there was more in that shop. We can also turn these in. Say, I found these tools out by the lake. They look valuable. Someone must have lost them. Thank you so much. I can finally reinforce orbs again. Maybe I can even help Armida treat that poor man. Here. Oh no, you keep it, as thanks. Anyway, you'll get much more use out of it than I will. Thanks. And if you find any jewelry or orbs or anything, let me know. I may be able to do something with them. How are you feeling? Better. I found some old ruins in the caves around here. They look like the ancient temples from back home. I don't think I know where you're even from besides the future. A world far from here. I can use the ruins to get back to my time period. But there were these strange people there. They felt like chaos. Said they were working with Elena. Demons. The Lakemi summoned them to help them fight Villette. They were kind of rude. Hey, you said you could return to your time, right? Yeah. I've been... What? How does this end? What's going to happen to Villette? What's going to happen to us? I don't know. I don't really know Lakim's history. Like I said, I'm from a world far from here. But if you can get back to the present, could you find out? Or are there rules against that? You know, I don't think there are. There are rules about how the clan must greet a time messenger, that the messenger must carry the knowledge of their timeline with them, but to accept that it was gone. There was nothing about how to use future knowledge, so yeah, I guess I could find out for you. There's a library in the city in the future. Maybe they have history books. Thank you. That's not gonna have consequences at all or anything. But yeah, now we can use those little orbs that we found to upgrade our orbs. Which, as you can see, ups the orb level a lot. It gives it 5 levels. We're not going to do that yet, because I don't feel a need to upgrade any of these orbs in particular, but it's a neat ability to have. But since we can freely travel to the other time and back again, we can go buy whatever we need to make more necklaces and such as well. Hey, thanks for your help finding the others. So you're stuck here, huh? For now. Lakim took control of the portal, so we're not about to get any reinforcements. No matter, we'll do what we can against the Lakemi with whatever we have. With so few of my unit left, we'll have trouble even surviving on this forsaken world. However, you look like a warrior, gifted with magic too. Would you help us while my soldiers recover? What do you want? We're not going to make any headway with the Lakemi when we can't even protect ourselves from local wildlife. If the camp is to remain safe, they need to be culled. I would have you slay 15 of the plant bats in the surrounding woods to ensure they don't encroach on the camp. Sounds easy enough. Good luck. You know, I really wish that counted from when we had done it before, because we've killed so many of them, but we'll quickly just go wipe them out again. Hey, Lunes. You look distracted. You know, just thinking about something Haristel said last night in bed. You share a bed with Haristel? Are you lovers? We have a loving relationship, yes. Haristel... Anyway, it doesn't matter. She was angrily going on about how Lakemi stranded us here to be consumed by the bleakness. And all I can think is, well, Villette did the same to them originally, banished them here to slowly die. Sure, but Villette isn't consorting with demons to kill everyone who pisses them off. Yeah, anyway, my priority is just keeping everyone alive. Speaking of, I'm trying to brew up an old remedy that the army uses. I think it'll help this young man. He keeps slipping into unconsciousness. But I don't have the mushrooms we always used. The soldiers used to gather them from mushroom towers in the caves. Could you find some for me? About 2 would do. Sure thing. Thank you. Oh, watch out, though. Arstal used to tell me they emit dangerous spores when disturbed. There's always a catch, isn't there? So yeah, we'd have to go back to the cave to get that. Which, we could just warp down here for an easy spot where the mushroom towers are, so we can do that right quick. And I think the warp slightly higher up had a bunch of plant bats near it, so I should be able to do that too. Otherwise, I could just walk to the right a little bit. How are you in 2 places at once? You bring me mushrooms from the caves, I can finally stabilize that man. Alright, on it. I don't know why they swapped places. That was slightly weird. Yeah, we'll just clean up some side quests before we go back to the present. Otherwise, I'll forget to do it and then have absolutely no reason to go do it later. And what we get from these might be useful. I don't remember what all of them give. Is this where the mushroom towers were? Or did I... Oh wait, there's plant bats right here. I can just kill these plant bats as I go back and forth to the mushroom towers. So I'm pretty sure the next room has 1. Yeah, right here. Actually, no, there'll be two, because it'll be this room. Yeah. I remember things sometimes, when I want to. That's fine, I'll just take the poison damage right now, it doesn't much matter. Because while the poison's nasty, it's not, like, a big deal, since we have a bunch of antidotes. I need to stop tanking quite so much damage, though. That's 6 plant bats out of the 15 we need. I just need to go into this room 5 times, basically, and we'll be done with that part. God damn it, it shook twice. I thought I could kill it before it got the second one off. Okay, that takes me to the last gate I used. It doesn't actually take me where I thought. Okay, that gives aura, so that's not hopeful. Does this heal? It does, but only a little bit. Oh, we'll get those out of the inventory anyway. I'd rather use up all my small heals and just get them out of the inventory, so that when I need them, I don't end up using the garbage. There's one mushroom. We just need one more of those, and then that job's done. And then we can more quickly just enter and leave this room to finish off the rest of that. Oh, I missed one. This way it doesn't mess with the count. It's always funny getting those level ups off screen like that. And there's the other mushroom we needed. I think we're at 9 plant bats right now, so this will be 12, and then we just need one more set as long as I didn't miss any. So we'll just walk out this way and then back in again, because one way or the other, it's just one slime to kill. Unfortunately, you'll notice we still don't have enough to get the ancient coin, which was the other thing I was trying to set up for. And there we go, Operation Orange. Nice and easy. Though the fact that they wanted the plant bats cold and they're not even the thing closest to the camp is a little odd to me. You would think they'd want the baby Shavers cleared out, since they're the things that are right next to the camp. But I guess they're also the food source, so maybe not. Have your mushrooms. You weren't kidding about those spores. Are you okay? I'll be fine. Let me brew these up. Da-da-da! Shh, lie still. You're still very weak. Can you hear me? Can you understand me? Don't try to speak. Your throat's extremely raw. Bleakness has hit you hard. You know, you just told them to answer questions, and then you're telling him not to talk. Thanks, Lunes. I think he'll survive. Another side quest out of this line here. Hermeta? Oh, hi, Lunes. I'm glad you stopped by. I've been thinking, if I can ease the bleakness a bit, even temporarily, it might help me treat some of the underlying health issues that are making it so bad for this man. He's not getting much better. In the caves where we first came through the portal, I remember seeing some plasma crystals. I'm not sure how effective they'll be for medical purposes compared to real plasma, but it's worth a shot. And you want me to get one for you? If you would, it's too dangerous for me to... Yeah, I got it, no problem. That's something we'll have to deal with later, because we're not in that area yet, I don't think. The woods are quiet. Plant bats have been cold, as requested. Thank you. You'd make a good soldier. Hey, I need a safe place to sleep, too. So, you're from Valette? Yes, born and raised, trained to be an officer as soon as my magical capabilities were discovered. You have magic, too? Of course! Valette is a meritocracy of the magical, a celebration of our abilities to help the worlds. And you're at war with the Lakim. The Lakami are the outcasting criminals of Valette, sent here as an act of mercy over imprisonment or execution. Yes, mercy. Yes. Which was clearly a mistake. Left to form their own society, they declared war against Valette, and so here we are. Now they consort with demons to defeat us. I know the Lakemi to be cruel as well, it's why I'm here. And you're welcome to stay, Lunes. Lunes, a word. What do you need? The Lakemi forces harry our troops here on the bleak world, and the demons make them truly dangerous. I would mount an attack to strike back and strengthen our position, but with so many of my unit dead or deserted, I cannot make a move while this camp is still in danger. God damn it. Need me to kill more wildlife? A greater threat than mere animals. In the caves beneath the forest live sirens. Their presence in the area is new. They may be aligned with the demons. They use similar tactics too. Both male and female lure in unsuspecting soldiers with their song and beauty, thus posing a danger to even veteran soldiers. I would of course be able to deal with them myself, but I can't leave the camp unattended. Sounds like a good challenge. I'll see what I can do. Return when 10 have been slain. So I'd have to go back and forth into that cave room 5 times. I'm not doing that right now. That sounds hardly worth my time. We'll come back to that when I'm actually coming back through that area. Because we'll have to actually go down there when I can swim anyway. So I think we're actually going to go back to the present now, finally. And our first stop's going to be to the Merchant Crow. Well, correction, our first stop's gonna be the save point to heal up. Welcome back to the Merchant Crow Shiny Stuff Emporium. Want to see my collection? I won't keep doing that every time. I just did that the one time because we hadn't seen that specific line yet. And now we can get the ancient coin to get our luck up. Enjoy your time, or should I say times? He knows more than he should, doesn't he? Yeah, 2 more defense and 3 more luck will be quite beneficial to us. Oh yeah, I should probably put the better armor on. There we go. Go ahead and save the fact that I did that so we don't lose that if anything goes wrong. And we're actually not gonna stay here quite. I'm gonna pop back over to back towards where we started for a moment. So I should be able to demonstrate something. Notice how the plant is gone, because there used to be a plant here. Remember all the plants I was burning in the past? If you burn them in the past, they burn in the present. Just as you'd expect, considering how time works. Odd that in 1,000 years they never grow back, but eh. Best not to worry too much about that part, you know? Is there any... Yeah, I should just stay here because there's not a closer warp point. These guys are also way easier to deal with now. Not that they were difficult, but they took a fair few more hits before. Compared to me just deleting them on contact. I think we might actually be able to go up there, so let's go up there first. Because I think there was a plant in the way there too, and I think that was one of the first ones we burned. Was the one that was blocking this path. Now over here is a lot of enemies, but thankfully no threat to us at this point. And we get a gold ring, which will save us some money because that means I can just make the ring I wanted to make without having to buy a ring. Though I probably will buy one anyway, just so we can make the other ring as well. Now, I have another Essence Crystal now, because we also found one of those, so that'll be all taken care of. But there's this Meteor Sparrow here that I would like to kill. Mostly just to put it in the book. And this. Shattered Orb. Barrage enemies with the shards of a moon. Basically, it's, I want to say, a better blue orb. It's very similar in how it's thrown, but it does more damage. So it's great for combining with either the fire or with the blades that we still have, depending on the damage type you need. So depending on the damage type I'm aiming for, I'm probably going to alternate between the moons and the flames. The moons are the ones I used, I think, the most when I was playing this in the past. I seem to recall there being something extra about these blue orbs, and I don't remember what it is. We still can't get up into the higher part of this room to get that. But we can, however, break into here and get this. What tipped me off that there was probably a secret there was the fact that there was an open space in the map there, and we'd already checked the wall on the other side. And I'm always suspicious of single block gaps in the map. They are very frequently not actually just empty spaces. That's the save point just for sake of. Much like this one that's over here on the left of us is a one-tile space. But that one might actually be an empty one-tile space. I'm just gonna check it right quick. Yeah, no, because that would have been the wall that would have broke to get there, I'm pretty sure, and it didn't, so we're good as far as that goes. I could use my warp crystal, but we're not that far away from a warp point. I don't think it'd be worth it. I think that would just be a waste to do. Especially since we don't have a source of warp crystals right now, I don't think. So I'd rather use that if I was way further out of my way. Just go ahead and chop our way through all the tanks and things. Besides, it's a fairly peaceful run. We don't have as high a swing with this, so we can't actually hit those. And I can't be bothered to swap just to hit them. We are at a point, though, where it might be worth my while to actually start keeping, like, the fire orbs on one set and these on another set, just so we have physical and fire available to us. Now, it's worth noting, these are bashing damage, the scythes are cutting damage, and the... well, yeah, the fire orbs will be fire. Oh, wait, no, we can buy warp shards here. Keep these Chaos Roses in mind as well, because the Chaos status effect, I don't remember what it does, but it is something that'll be a bit of an issue in the future, probably. We can sell some of our old junk to be able to buy some more of those. Right, you can't sell the thing that's actually on right now. They won't buy the clothes off your back, which would be rather silly to sell anyway. But if I really want to, I can buy another ring. Which we do only have the one ring, so yes, we'll buy a ring so that we can make both of them and be done with it. Back to the past to make some stuff, and then we'll head on forward. Because if I imbue the Shattered Moons with fire, I won't even need to change items anymore. Oh yeah, we also have Bombardment. Right, I think this might have been what I was happier about with the... getting the Shattered Orb was this. Because this, I believe, acts just like a shotgun blast. Oh, and the Silence Ring is available now. I definitely want the Pyro Ring. I do think the Silence Ring might actually be more helpful than the Bleak Ring. Even though ordinarily I'm all about increasing my damage output, that is probably the safer choice. The bombardment's damage is higher, and both of them are short range. And if I'm already going to be putting fire on my moons, I don't need Infernal Flames. We'll grab that for now. We can always come back and get the others later. Oh, that's even shorter range than I thought. But you'll notice it takes very little aura to use it, though. So that balances out as far as that goes. But you have another quest over here now? Hey, thought I'd give Rametta a break. He works so hard. Anyway, looking after this guy's not so bad. How's he doing? He's a fighter, I can tell. The bleakness hit him hard, but he's not giving up. Sometimes I can't believe Villette would even send people here, knowing what the bleakness could do to them. No wonder the Lakemi rebelled. I don't blame them. Look at this. I never wanted to fight in a war. It was just a job. Shoot, it's a good thing Haristel's not around. She'd have my hide. Treasonous talk like that. Yeah, you'd be surprised. If you think about it, clocks are spinning time all the time. How about a subject change, eh? We're running low on food again. I think we need something more substantial than bird legs. There were some wyverns in the caves. Last I was down there, they're territorial beasts. They got some meat on them. Think you could take them? Sounds like fun. Great, bring me 3 of their tails, would you? I don't quite have enough for 3 of those yet. Hey, how are you feeling? Thumbs up. He's a brave one, he is. Barely alive and still fighting. What's that, something to write with? Shiver feather, siren ink. Yeah, for a pen, sure. That way they can communicate without having to deal with the ravaged throat they have from the bleakness. That makes sense. So we have more reason to be down in the cave now, because we need to get ink. Oh yeah, this also shows your track for how far in their side quests that you are. You'll notice, based on the spaces, logic would denote that there are 5 steps to these side quests. I don't know if they all actually go to 5 steps. They probably do. We, of course, have a lot of enemies we haven't looked at the labeling for. Actually, no, we don't have as many as I thought. Actually, no, some will be down in the other section. The Shiver fly obnoxiously flits through the air, hoping to lay its larva in fresh flesh. Barbed an enemy is able to float at will in order to search for food. The wild Shiver, a young Shiver that charges at anything that enters its territory. Savage Shiver, a terrifying Shiver that is often used in stories to frighten little children. And then down here, the Copper Wyvern, a meaty amphibian who spits acidic water on foes who encroach on its territory. The Siren, a gorgeous demon that preys on the proclivities of the lost. The Mushroom Tower, an overgrown cluster of mushrooms that emits toxic spores when struck. And I think that's... oh yeah, the Meteor Sparrow as well. A living meteorite that resembles a hawk, dive bombs anything that moves. And I think that... oh wait, there's the bosses down here too. The Feline Sentry, a cat-like robot that was formerly the apex of Lakemi war tech. Barndagroth, the Eye of the City, a blasphemous amalgamation of flesh and metal. The Azure Queen, a majestic and fearsome Shiver worshipped as a deity of fertility and war. And then there's a lot more to discover, but we don't have any of that yet. So I could go down into the cave and do more of the side quests that we have right now. But like I said, I'll have a reason to go back down there later. So let's just go back to the present and do some more of what we can do over there now. I believe we have reason to be here since the plot pushed us here by virtue of realizing we can travel through time again, having gotten all the components we needed. I just need to find the right part of this place to go to for that. I think I have a reason to talk to the librarian again as well, because remember, they mentioned they're a student of history. So if we want to get answers as to what happened to Villette, they'd be the one to talk to. Welcome back. Is there anything I can help you with? Yes, I'm looking for information about Lakem's history. Wonderful. I just love meeting other people who have taken active interest in history. No one seems to care about our past anymore. It's so sad. Is there a time period you're most interested in? Actually, yes. I hear that there was a great war 1,000 years ago. Do you have anything about that? Oh, the War of the Sisters. That's my favorite era, too. Unfortunately, we had to lock down access to any information on that. A decree from the Emperor himself. Oh, no. I just love history so much. Is there really nothing you could do to help? Well, just between you and me, I think the lockdown is ridiculous. Knowledge should be made available for everyone. Tell you what, I'll give you the key card to the room where the information's being kept. Just promise you won't tell anyone. I could lose my job or worse. Oh, thank you so much. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. Wonderful. Here's the key card. The room is on the second floor to your right. Library key card V. A key card for librarians. Allows access to a restricted room in the library. Remember that room we couldn't open? Now we can. Ta-da! Villette. Villette, the War of the Sisters. Lakim's bitter rival, Villette, was ruled by a mad despot who wished to control Lakim's resources. Sounds familiar. In 38 AE, after Lakim rebelled against Villette's oppression, they took control of the portal between worlds and built a device that would destroy it forever, and destroy all of Villette with it. This harrowing but necessary act by Queen Elena the Great, founder of the Lakimi Empire, ended Villette's evil forever and won the War of the Sisters for Lakim, beginning a new golden era. Oh. You know, maybe we shouldn't tell them that one. Map downloaded Lake Desolation, and file downloaded Villette. So, here's the thing, though. We have two possible realities to consider now. One, the Lakim are actually not all bad, and they were driven to this by Villette shoving them all into a magicless world where they all were steadily going mad. Or both sides are awful, and they both cause their own problems, which are going to be the downfall of both of them. And personally, I think that's the most likely outcome. Or C, Lakim is just a repetition of Villette's sins, but worse. Because they're more successful at it. Which, you know, B and C are fairly similar, aren't they? Oh, hey, we have a little bit more information now, because you'll notice there's an open bit of the map down there on the bottom left. So let's go break the bad news, I guess, and just get that out of the way. Even though this is probably a bad idea to be telling them that, hey, your world's gonna explode. Oh, nice, welcome back. Did you find anything? Unless, I don't know how to say this. Elena destroys Villette, the whole planet. What? There's nothing left. It's gone. Nell, Lakim destroys... Can you stop them? What? I don't... Linus, please, you have to stop them. So many people will die. Can't you do something? I don't know that I can. I can try, but unless the file said Lakim was right to do that. The Villette was ruled by a mad dictator who had to be stopped. Of course they'd say they were in the right. It's the victor who writes history. So it just lied about everything? How sheltered are you, Lunes? Oh wait, right, you were raised to just travel through time, not to use your brain. Right. No, there's some truth to what the file said. Nell, tell me about it. Look, I was never part of Haristel's unit. I actually left the Valetian army a long time ago. I was an archer. They conscripted me. I tried so hard to be who they wanted me to be, but I never really fit in. Looking back, it was like I spent everything trying to outrun who I really was. Eventually, I actually ran. Emperor Voltairus of Villette is not a kind man, nor is the empire he's building. I couldn't bring myself to agree with his methods, couldn't keep fighting for that cause. I couldn't accept the way Villette has treated the Lakemi, the way the bleakness hurts them on this world, and I wasn't happy with who I was turning into. Nell, I'm glad you ran. After that, I took up alchemy to find myself, and hopefully find a way to fix the bleakness. I came to Lakim to help both sides heal. That was good of you, but Lakim's still the enemy here, aren't they? At least they're my enemy. They chased my clan for generations. In my time, they killed my family, my friends. I can't just forgive that. Anace, I understand how you feel. They've done terrible things here as well, it's true, but it's never really that simple. So everyone's terrible and deserves to have their planet destroyed? No, Valette has done some bad things too, but no one deserves that. Which is why you have to stop them. Please, Anace. Millions of lives are at stake. Don't worry, I will stop the Lakemi. It's what I came here to do. Thank you. But please remember, it's not as simple as we want to make it. They don't all deserve death either. You have so much compassion. I wish I could afford to be like that. And so we have the crux of a matter that's going to be pivotal to the way this all plays out. Because we're gonna have to break what is usually time travel rule number 1 of not fucking with anything that is important to the way things play out. Is we're gonna be taking the time stream, if all things work out how we're planning to, and just throwing it off a fucking cliff. We're just throwing the whole fucking thing out of whack. Considering we're gonna be more or less knocking an entire civilization off its rails. It's gonna be a whole thing. Oh, also, change settings for magic objects. Most of these are key cards and technological things. Anace, I've been thinking about what you found out about Valette. That it gets destroyed? Yes, if Valette's gone and the Lakemi continue living here for thousands of years, they must have cured the bleakness, right? Otherwise, how would they have survived? They don't have to have cured it. They could have just evolved past it. Going to technology instead of magic. Considering the society we saw, they probably do just rely on technology instead of magic. I guess so? And if they've cured it, you could find out how. And then I could finally do something about it. I'm sure, Nell, I can do what I can. It'll probably just won't be in that library, but maybe the facility where I found the Timespinner would have records. We are breaking so much of time. We are breaking all the rules of time travel. Though honestly, some of those rules are dumb to begin with, so you know what? Fuck the rules. You would think things would be changing already, considering what we've done in the past. Except for the fact that you have the good old standard of, well, if you went in the past and stopped yourself from being in the position where you had to do the thing in the first place, then would you ever have gone back and done the thing? And the answer to that's usually no. So that's a bit of a problem now, isn't it? A little bit of a flaw in our whole go back and stop them from doing the thing. But, well, we'll figure it out. Things will happen as they happen, and we'll just have to make the best of it. Is this door openable? There is no door. Did I just, like, not go this way? No, it's just a max health up, so it's not like we missed anything vital in there anyway. So the max health would have been nice. There's a portal over there. But that's not where the Timespinner is. The Timespinner's up here. So if there's gonna be something for that side quest, it'll be up in there. But do I care enough to go up there and do that right now? And I think the answer to that question is not especially. But at the same time, if I don't do it now, I'm never going to. I think my actual objective might actually be down here. Truth be told. Is think about it. We can't get access to the lower parts of that area in the past because it's flooded. But we have a room down there that goes past where it's flooded in the future where it isn't flooded anymore. So you can see that there's some clear logic there that may enable us to gain access to parts we wouldn't be able to get to otherwise. I gotta say though, the Lakemi must have done pretty well for themselves over the last 1,000 years, considering they got flying cars, they've got ships that can travel from world to world. They don't need silly portals. I've potentially progressed past the need for demons. I wouldn't be surprised if the demons are still around, twisting things to their needs. Oh hey, Timespinner's gone. There's no data here apparently, so that's not where the answers lie. Which means it's probably somewhere around in here, and I don't know if I feel like hunting around for it at this exact moment. So it may actually be in here where we don't have access to. So I might have been barking up the wrong tree entirely anyway. Is we do not have B-level access. Which is kind of funny if you think about it, because we have this really high-level access card that lets us get into that one specific room in the library. But you can't, like, use a high-level access card to override lower doors. So I guess that's also a specialized access. It's not, like, a high-ranking access, necessarily. So it probably wouldn't work favorably for that anyway. It would just go beep. Why would a librarian want to go this way? Beep. Fuck off. Beep. Kindly divert your attention to a door that cares. Beep. This would be closer. Though it's closer in only the most technical of senses. So I want to say they're fairly equidistant. This is just a much more straight shot, whereas I have to go twist and turn and on the other one. Now, one could say that there's logic to keeping the same orb for a lot longer than I have been, because they level up. Oh, I can't actually go here yet. Right, that's why we never went there, so... As much as my logic there was sound, we can't actually enact that part of the plan yet. I need whatever lets us jump higher, or wall jump, or whatever it is. I don't actually remember what we get that solves that. Part of me is saying that it's a wall jump, but again, it doesn't matter what it is, we'll get it when we get it. And we certainly do not currently have it. So I guess, lacking other threads to chase, let's actually go... Well, first we'll go over to the other side of the facility, just in case there's something we can do there suddenly. Like some plot element will trigger, and then we'll go back down to the cave afterwards. Because we still have these lasers in our way. Yep, there we go. Damn it, there's no way I'm gonna get in there and find the Emperor. Ah, now what? Time, Lunais, change time. Yeah, if the Lakemi don't win in the war 1,000 years ago, maybe they won't be as strong now. And then I can come back with those time gates and get my revenge while he's weak. There's your plot thread. I would presume to go back. I think you had to make the trip out here for certain plot triggers to happen. And I seem to recall that these other doors were a B and an A, so we don't have to go there yet. Oh. Time to go back to the past to go beat up an empire before it's an empire. Because remember what the demons said. They said they'd leave the front door open. So we could very easily just hop into the castle. The short version is we are of a clan of time travelers who've been saving themselves by using the device known as the Timespinner to send members of their clan back in time whenever a tragedy strikes the clan, to warn the clan about said tragedy that's coming, to then prevent it, which causes all kinds of split timelines. Wait, I'm not done yet. Let me go through the whole thing, and then you can ask questions about it, because it gets weirder from here. Because we're breaking all of the laws of time travel from the word go here, but it gets worse. This Lakimi Empire have been chasing this clan this whole time. Most recently, we had to escape them through the Timespinner, and Lunace here is planning on killing the Emperor of said Lakimi Empire, but she's also going back in the past now to destroy that entire empire before it exists, which is going to have all kinds of other bad ripples. Now you can ask your question. I just wanted you to have the full context of how bad this is going to be before the follow-up. Like, we're throwing all the rules of time travel in the bin here. And what do you know, those demons weren't lying. They left the front gate open for us. Because they want so badly to meet us again. Suddenly rocks. Oh yeah, the device we used to travel through time also exploded. Well, that's exactly the thing, is the timeline that the traveler is from no longer exists, so they cease to exist. Or at the very least, no one remembers them or something like that. It's not fully explained how that works. It's just one of those things that is mentioned and hand-waved a little bit, but doesn't seem like it ever gets fully addressed. Nope, I was a little too early that time. But yeah, no, I mentioned that issue before because, bear in mind, we're doing that very same thing with the plot we're dealing with here. If we succeed, then we won't ever have gone back in the first place either, theoretically. But yeah, it's definitely multiverse theory. We're just creating new timelines where things suck less. It's a real shame about the timeline we came from, though, where everything's gonna still be fucked. Yeah, exactly. This is why I say just don't think about it, because the more you think about it, the worse it's gonna get. Just don't worry about it. All thinking about it's gonna do is give people a headache. No, he just ran off the... Wait a minute, I have an idea. I need to exit the room and come back, though, to enact this idea. Hey, you, scary enemy there. Oh, he ran the wrong way this time. There it goes. Haha! Thanks for the health upgrade, sucker. Yeah, the reason why we can stop time is we have one part of the Timespinner, which was the device our clan was using. It blew up when the evil Empire attacked while we were escaping said issue. We've picked up two parts of it, but we're missing a lot of other pieces. So we can travel through time a bit, though apparently limited time travel allows us to travel 1,000 years. So, you know. Clearly not as limited as they would like to think. Well, that's one of the things we're gonna figure out as time goes on. That hasn't been addressed yet. What do you mean, what is... Because we have multiple answers to that question, but you need to ask a more specific question before I can answer that. Like, if you're looking for what it's called, it's the Lakemi Empire. It's been mentioned repeatedly. They used to be from a planet known as Villette, who threw them out because they were problems on Villette, so they got ditched on the planet Lakemi, and, well, they rebelled, and then became the Lakemi Empire over time. after a whole war that is the time period we've gone back to at the other end of our time travel. That's the context we have so far. There is more to it than that, obviously, but we haven't gotten that information yet. They are an empire that seemed to thrive on technology instead of magic because the society they were thrown out of was a magic society. Yes, this is, like, multi-planetary empire type deal. A galactic empire, if you will. Is they were apparently chasing our clan across multiple worlds. And potentially even across time. Let's see, we got a helmet. No idea, not addressed. Better off keeping the pointy hat. This helmet actually kind of sucks. But based on the fact that nobody likes the Lakemi Empire, I'm gonna file that under they don't handle them well. They do have ships that can travel from planet to planet, considering the clan's home was assaulted by flying ships that definitely looked like they'd be capable of planetary travel. You're asking far too many detailed questions for a game that will never answer them. It really seems more like they loot, pillage, steal, and then leave the thing to burn. Seems to be more the type they go for here. Rather than adding them to their empire. Oh yeah, we have this letter that I didn't read yet. Declaration of Lakemi Independence to the rulers of Valette. As of this day, I, newly crowned Queen Philia of Lakim, declare our world an independent nation, no longer under the purview of Valetian control. You may have sent us here as prisoners, but Lakim is not your colony to control. Left ungoverned, we have chosen to govern ourselves. We reject your fascist regime, we reject your aura-centric meritocracy, we reject your dominance. We believe all are equal regardless of strength of aura. We believe all deserve life despite the harshness of it without plasma. We will fight for our rights and our lives. We will thrive here. Lakim will be powerful. Let Valette always remember how their cruelty led to our ascendance. Queen Philia, first sovereign of independent Lakim. You know, this sounds like a positive when you look at it this way. We just are on the bad side of this nation, so it seems like they're the bad ones. Which is, again, why I'm saying I'm pretty sure both sides we're working with here are bad. Because you got the magic society where everybody with magic has their nose so far up in the goddamn air that they don't realize what they've caused by just dumping all their non-magical people and criminals into a pile elsewhere. Is they basically created their own enemy, who have now destroyed them. It is based on a history note we found. The planet of Valette gets destroyed completely in the 1,000 years between when the war happened and now. The Iron Orb. Which I think is yet again just another improved physical attacking orb, so sure. We'll go ahead and just throw a ball of ice. Oh no, that's the Hammer Orb, okay. Yeah, sure, we'll use this for a bit. Yeah, aura is the magic of this universe. Apparently granted by the plasma that's in the world. Like, obviously it's not plasma of the kind any of us know. It's neither blood plasma nor, like, the thing between liquid and solid. Oh yeah, absolutely. Over time, things change. Like, the Lakemi may have started out good. They may have genuinely started out with all the right ideas and then turned as their history goes on. And we may even find out some of that over time, considering we don't have access to all of the history yet. Our character here is primarily concerned with their current endeavors, chasing after the Timespinner and the clan attached to it. So that's kind of the situation we're most dealing with right now. Or she's also operating under the idea that just killing the Emperor would be enough to stop that whole situation entirely, which, you know, could work, but probably won't. Yes, no, also maybe. That depends on the future of where and what, because it's a time travel game, so technically it does, but it doesn't. Because it takes place in the future of the era where that war's taking place, but it very much takes place in the present in the context of where Lunace comes from. This has no connection to our own time. This is a completely different timescale than our world, so who knows what connection it has to that. Like, it has a completely different calendar, so we would have no way of judging that. And there's certainly not been any evidence of, like, something that I would go like, oh yeah, that's very clearly Earth-human society there. Like, obviously there's elements you could compare to, but that would be another mental exercise that would probably not amount to anything. But it would be a fun mental exercise if that's what you're interested in doing. Like, not everything has to relate to our reality. I see the logic behind what you're saying, but at the same time, that's a massive stretch. Like, it could be tens of thousands of years past that point, and it's just a word in the dictionary that exists, rather than necessarily the concept we know it as currently. It doesn't really give you that much grounding to work off of. But yes, it would have to be past there somewhere, yes. But any number of things could have happened to reset human technology and such in the interim between there. And then there's the fact that this could easily just be a completely alternate timeline where such things came about at a very different point. You got options. Just bear in mind, we're dealing with two separate periods that are 1,000 years apart within the span of what we're dealing with here. So if they consider 1,000 years limited time travel, you would have to figure that they are used to dealing in much larger numbers than that, even, when the Timespinner's working completely properly. So who knows what kind of timescales you could actually have to deal with. Again, unless the limited time travel thing is just a limit of accuracy / you can't go anywhere, when. You can only go to a set distance and only in the same place you currently are. That's always an option. We'll just go down here, that's fine. got less room to fight these here. I want the things you're guarding. I don't even know what they are, but I want them anyway. Give. Potion and political advice. Oh, this sounds bad. Emperor Volterlus. I know I've only been an advisor to you for a couple years, but I hope you will hear me out on this recent issue of the so-called independence of Lakim. Your instinct will be to lash out in retribution against the Lakimi. After all, do prisoners get to declare independence from their jailers? Of course not. But that is all Philia is truly doing, making an empty statement. Independence means nothing within the walls of a prison. They may state such, but they still remain on Lakim while we control the only portal to and from it, the walls of the prison, if you will. Why did you have to hit the explain what happened minutes after all of the other explanation had already occurred? Once I finish reading this, we'll get to that. Nonetheless, the population of Lakim has been growing, especially since your most recent security and justice decrees. While I don't believe the Lakimi to be a true threat after all, those few with auras are weak on that world. Given enough impetus, they could organize an attempt to strike back against us. As any conflict, no matter how much in our favor, will result in some death, not to mention further unrest among our people. It is thus my recommendation that we allow the Lakimi to believe in their independence and not to strike back against this more. Sincerely, Elena. Now, remember, they mention Elena the Great as a queen of the Lakimi, and they're advising, like, assuming this isn't just somebody with the same name, they're advising the people they destroy not to act against the people they will end up leading in the future. And it's fine, ABC, I'll go through it anyway, because you obviously missed that. But it's just funny timing. And that's exactly how time travel can fall apart there, Spooky. But yeah, to bring you up to speed, short version, we are of a clan of time travelers who've been protecting themselves via, well, time travel. We keep undoing any event that destroys the clan or puts the clan in danger. This time, we kind of got into a sticky situation because the Lakimi Empire found where we were, attacked while we were sending our most recent time traveler to prevent the issue, leading to the time travel device, the Timespinner, being destroyed. We are now stuck in a split situation where we're a week ahead of when the Timespinner was destroyed on the planet of the people that were attacking us, but also with access to 1,000 years ago where the origins of the evil empire are, is we regained parts of the Timespinner. It's a much more aggressive Back to the Future, yeah. This is why you never can have a time travel device, because everybody's gonna fucking chase after you for it. And it just leads into more and more wacky shenanigans and problems the longer the device exists. Not to mention all of the timelines and everything. Yeah, so far we've already helped a resistance on the previous era of the planet that was sent there by the original people that pushed the people that now end up on Lakimi off of Valette onto Lakimi. And yeah, we're just in a whole mess because of that too. We're gonna end up more than likely upheaving the turnout of a war from 1,000 years ago just to try to save our people, which is going to end up fucking up 2 separate planets' histories. So yeah, that's wonderful. Technically, it'll be 3 separate planets' histories because the planet we are from will also be tossed into the air. Okay, good night, ABC. Because we don't know if the Kalen clan was running across the planet, or if they were running planet to planet running from the Lakami. That hasn't been addressed yet, or may never be addressed. We just know they're from Wineria, and they were running from the Lakami. So we could end up upheaving the entire history of that planet in the process of fixing things, too. Yeah, basically. Multiverse theory makes this much simpler and more digestible by virtue of not having to worry about all of that. And yeah, it could easily end up being nightmarish if they had to deal with the realities of what a lot of their decisions here would actually mean. The Blood Orb. Exsanguinate foes with orbs of cursed blood. Hey, speaking of darker things, how about we just rip the blood out of people? That sounds useful. That seems fair, balanced, and reasonable to do, right? Just rip the blood out of them. No problems here. We won't really be able to use the Pyro Warp here, so I guess I'll put the Silence Ring on to block damage. And remember, it's fine that we're doing this because technically they're evil. Except really, one could argue that they're only evil by perspective, and it just turns into a whole awkward discussion. But look, a dog. Hey, look, a distraction. Hey, what do you know? These guys are weak to having their blood ripped out. Shocking concept, that. Well, the Hammer Giantess, however, does not care about having her blood ripped out, apparently. Something beyond human, perhaps? I don't know. Yeah, this is a rare example of an orb with a bit longer reach, looks like. Oh, hey. Oh, I thought that was just gonna be a sorcery. Turns out those are royal advisors. Real shame I'm just killing off the entire advisory council, huh? It just keeps getting worse and worse the longer you think about it. Yeah, it just will end up in a loop where you just never end up being able to do anything. Which is, again, why a lot of people argue that time travel's arguably useless. Like, you have the varying camps of time travel's useless, time travel's incredibly powerful but will break everything, or time travel will always fuck something up. Which, honestly, I'm kind of in that third camp of invariably time travel will fuck something up as you don't know everything, so you would have no way of avoiding anything that would change something you're not supposed to. Letter of Reference. Letter of Reference for Elena to the Court of United Villet. To whom it may concern, I'm writing to recommend a place for my student Elena among the court wizards of the capital. We discovered Elena 13 years ago during a scholarship recruitment tour through the Undercity. Although Elena was born to low-class parents with no aptitude, she manifested a most powerful aura after being placed under duress. As mandated, we took her and trained her in our Royal Academy. She quickly took to our teachings and proved her skill and talent beyond most of her young age. Further, she is a compassionate person, a diplomatic speaker, and a fierce believer in the potential of United Villet. While she has much to experience, she must learn to better control her temper. We believe she would be a valuable member of the court, and could prove to be an important politician in years to come. Boy, that's a statement that doesn't age well in their history, huh? If you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out. Sincerely, Thrain the Red, headmaster of the Rhinar Royal Academy. So we're starting to establish a timeline of events here. They pull Elena out of the Undercity, where commoners with no magical potential live, and are probably just in awful situations based on how things like that usually work out. His Undercities usually are in a good place. So you take this temperamental young lady with incredible magical power, you teach her to use that magical power, and you just keep placing her in more positions of power where she can continue to lash out as she sees fit. And this would... no one thinks that this is going to lead to a problem in the future? Especially when you describe them as compassionate and ill-tempered? It was a meritocracy, from what we were told. A meritocracy primarily based on do you or don't you have magic. If you have no aura and no magic, you are useless in that meritocracy society as far as it's been described to us so far. And they had shunted anyone they didn't like or such like into Lakim, which is how that society was created. So obviously they were going to secede from them. It literally was a prison planet. That's like asking Australia not to tell England to fuck off. It's a rather silly situation if you think about it. Like, they basically guaranteed themselves to have this problem. I don't think they're using the term correctly entirely, but it probably was the closest thing to fit the mold that they wanted. Now it's you two again. Well, hello again, my delectable dear. I thought I smelled your sweet rage. To what do we owe this pleasure? Perhaps you've finally come for our pleasure? Not that I don't like what I see, but no, I've come to stop you. How darling, how droll. You're planning on destroying Valette, you're perpetuating this war. What, do you feed on pain and suffering? Just drama, dear, we told you. Chaos, hatred, passion, you know something about that, wouldn't you? Well, it ends now. I can't have Lakim bolstered by demonic power. Not now, and not in 1,000 years. Time to go. Is she asking us to dance? Or perhaps a menage a trois? I don't think they get the idea of what's happening here in the slightest. Also, Blood Orb, not helpful here. Okay, Shattered isn't their weakness either. I feel like Fire's not gonna be good here. Actually, no, we're getting red numbers occasionally, so I think Fire is the answer. Because the Pyro Ring is probably kicking in. But no, what I'm assuming they designed their meritocracy to be there is it's based on the merit of specifically your level of magical power. So what it probably also does, in addition to the do you don't you have magic thing, is it scales you up in society depending on how much magic you have and how much you can do with your magic. That's probably where that part of it actually kicks in. And then there's just that extra layer of like, there's just a hard shut off there. Oh, hey, there's the real thing. Those were just puppets. And now its weakness changed. Oh, I've been inflicted with chaos. I don't actually know what that does, but I'm gonna get rid of it anyway. Now that the weakness changed, let's try changing strategies then. Yep, it's weak to physical. Makes sense for an idol to be weak to physical. You just end up busting the damn thing in half. Oh god, random buzzsaw. Oh yeah, this spell is very useful here. Just gonna stop time so I can dodge that, because that comes up pretty quick. And fight's over. Well, that was a workout. And I prefer to get my cardio in other ways. You may have defeated us for now, girl, but you haven't won. It was our dear Elena that brought us in the first place. Attracted us. And how attractive. The Maw of Asmodeus was her idea. Sweet revenge for her dear Philia. And the armies of our kind were her idea too. We're simply bystanders, really. Very pretty bystanders. Alas, we must bid you farewell. But only for now. I don't remember the definition of that entirely, but sure, we'll roll with that. Will always be in your dreams. The Lakemi Queen really initiated all of this? Unsurprising, I guess, but there's still work to do then. But did stopping them do anything? Still weakened. The demons won't have as much of a hold anymore. Your speech is getting better. I grow stronger. As do you. Without the demons, new power will have taken hold in your time. Maybe I'll be able to get farther then, with Lakeem weaker. It sounds like there's still work to do if I'm going to save Villette. I have to destroy that maw at the portal. And if I'm going to kill Nuvius, I'm gonna have to stop Elena, too. There are many things still to change, to get his attention. Nuvius will die. And now we have the Succubus hairpin, which allows us a double jump. Exquisite golden hairpin, press X to jump again in midair. And of course, you know, gotta have a twirl because those demons were dramatic to the end. Okay, we also have this sprite we could use instead of Maeve, but I have no real reason to use that at the moment. And I don't know if you can really say that they unintentionally made Lakeem a thing. Okay. Yeah, that would kind of fit what that society seems to be, somewhat at least. It kind of feels like one of those societies that kind of slides in between the labels, but that's probably a close enough definition. And if you want to simplify it. Really, if everything goes to plan, we won't have to worry about what the definitions of any of it is, because most of it probably won't exist anymore. Well, actually, no. Villette would begin to exist again. Currently, it's a planet that doesn't exist anymore because it exploded. Well, actually, no. In the time we're currently in, it exists, but in the future where we came from, the Lakemi blew it up. Which, again, I can't really entirely blame them for, considering they just got shunted off onto this shithole planet where everything is miserable. Kind of understandable to lash out at the people that put you there. Okay, this goes up further. We don't, and that's kind of the problem. That's what I was talking about before, of this is going to not work out according to plan. There's no way it ever would. Just because, say we kill the queen back in this time, that's not gonna stop the Empire existing. If anything, it's just gonna cause an upheaval in said Empire and change the trajectory of it somewhat. There's very little likelihood that it would ever completely remove it unless we push things to the point where Villette actively destroys Lakeem as a nation that exists. And even then, what's to stop Villette being our problem in the future instead, then? Like, we may just be trading enemies. Because again, by all reports, the Villette Empire's not that much better. It really isn't that much of an improvement. We're being pushed to be sympathetic to their cause because their planet was blown up. And that's kind of the main impetus there for us not to just be like, yeah, these guys are just bad. Why don't we just leave them both to die? Oh, hey, the crow that we met in the future is here too. Weird. Oh, welcome to the Merchant Crow Shiny Stuff Emporium. Hey, what are you doing here? Like a tiny thing like time would keep me from being here and there. How old are you? Age has nothing to do with it. We ascended past restricting things like that aeons ago. Now we go where we like the wind. Whoosh! Now then, want to see my collection? So you're not past things like merchant working and currency, but you're past things like the concept of time. You know what? Fair enough. I can't. I guess I can't question that. You gotta have some hobby when you have access to all of time, I guess. What's the point of having a collection if it just sits there and doesn't do anything? And like, if we were dealing in coins, it would be slightly understandable, because we all know that crows love shiny things. Maybe they just want to collect a different kind of shiny thing. But we're dealing in entropy is the currency in this game. So that's a worrying concept when we're just trading entropy to this crow that can apparently travel time freely. You know, I'm sure that doesn't have consequences at all or anything in our future either. Okay, so we got specialists in ice magic. Though, you know, for all that the theory was that these people don't have magic at all, they clearly can use some. Is part of the whole Akemi don't have magic thing is the fact that there's no plasma here, which is what Aura was based on. So, I suppose my theory is that it's purely the non-magical that we're getting pushed here. Well, even I said it wasn't purely them, but a chunk of them were getting pushed here. Because they did say that it was criminals and such as well. I suppose magical criminals would exist, and they would be the ones punished harshest by being sent here, by being disconnected from their power, and they would be the ones most afflicted with the bleakness. But that would also explain why not all of them died the way they were expected to when they were sent here. Because it had been stated that the bleakness only affects those of weaker constitution enough to kill them. And logic denotes the more aura you have, the worse the bleakness would be as well, because of it being a disconnection from your access to the plasma that presumably is where aura comes from. Which, no matter how much confidence I'm saying these things with, I do want people to remember that I'm just spitballing here. I don't actually know all of these things. This is just me pulling together the pieces of information we have and just tossing the best thought process I can think of for it from there. And I know there's a boss room up there, I'm just ignoring it for the moment. Because I would presume that that boss room's the queen. There we go, some more sand. Yeah, it's not like you had any warning or anything, right? Who would ever think that Blood Drinker is evil? He clearly just has a taste for some really strong red wine. Yeah, that's the kind of boat I feel like we're in right now, is we could easily be just trading one problem for another. And there may very well end up having to be a solution where both planets are just left destroyed. Right, for the good of everyone, except the people on those planets. You know, real shame about everybody on both of those planets. And then you have the whole discussion of like, well, what gives us the go-ahead to make these decisions in the first place? And really, at the end of the day, the answer is we're the ones with the power to do this. So we kind of are the final arbiters of all of that. Which is its own really dangerous slope to ride down. And at the end of the day, maybe they're right to destroy this nation that has access to a time machine that's been running around fucking with the timeline. That's kind of the thing, yeah, right there. Like, have we considered that just everybody involved in this story is a problem? Like, it's the classic issue of everyone's out for their own. And they get painted as evil because their own is not favorable to the needs of someone else. So you're the one wreaking havoc on our world. I'm here to stop you. I'm here to stop Lakim from becoming the oppressive empire you make it. Your cruel army won't have a chance to conquer other worlds. I make it an oppressive empire? Sending my army to conquer other worlds? Dear girl, you're thinking of Villette. Villette who oppressed their citizens, banished their dissenters to die a slow death in this wilderness, who ruled with a bloody fist and killed Lakim's first queen, my love. My war is a worthy one, girl. A plan to destroy a planet? Use demons in your armies? How else could we achieve peaceful independence? You're just like Villette. Shut up! Stop trying to stop me. Just try to stop me. Gladly. So it's the classic situation of someone had someone dear to them taken from them, and now they're lashing out on grand scale. And they're surprised when they're told that the future of their empire just continues doing that because they realize they can get away with it. I'm reminded of another fight with how she's fighting here, and I can't think of what fight I'm thinking of and where it's from. There's something very specific I'm reminded of here. Oh, fight's over. Hold, please, I yield. You are powerful. And you aren't wrong. I've been no better than Villette. Never wanted to become this. I came here with peaceful intentions, and then I began to see what Villette had done to Lakim's people. Oh, that's timing. Hey there, Crimson, thank you for the raid. What were we up to today? You're just in time to find out about some very interesting history between a nation that was colonized and its original colonizer. So there's gonna be a bit to unpack here. I'll roll through that once we talk about what y'all have been up to today. But hopefully y'all had a good time, and of course if you need to run off and take care of yourselves, please do so. But we will be continuing to chew away at this for a good long while yet here, probably. And I will take this opportunity to take a drink since I did all of that in one breath. Oh, god damn it. The ad break kicked in without giving me a warning. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks for not warning me that the ad break was happening. Love that for me. It skipped the ad break warning this time. I knew it was close, but I didn't realize it was quite right now. God damn it, Twitch. Either way, hopefully you can hear me. You do hear me, be appreciating that. If not, we will address it when the ad ends. Ugh. So you were on a path to destroying them all and turning Lakim into a powerful empire. I was blinded. You don't have to kill me to stop this. You've banished the leaders of the demons, and I will begin the process of casting the rest out. I don't want a world influenced by them. I don't want to be a military power. How can I trust you? What do I look like to you right now? Broken. My desire for revenge is gone. I just feel empty now. Sure, that sounds believable, yeah. You just got defeated in one fight, and now you have no desire for revenge anymore. Yep. Checks out, no questions, no notes. Nell wouldn't want me to kill you. She'd tell me there were other ways. Fine. If you make Lakim a peaceful place, then I don't need to kill you to change things. What about the Veletians still on the planet? We'll make peace. We'll take time to spread the word to remove the warmongering elements of my nation, but it will be done. Good. See that it is. Made a difference here. Thank you. I won't betray your kindness. We could still use your help, you know. It's easier to make a better world with allies. I have a duty to fulfill still. My own revenge. Will it be worth the sacrifice? That's a good question, isn't it? Will killing the Emperor actually be worth it? Plasma Orb, a royal Veletian orb of crystallized plasma, electrocutes foes at the cost of aura. We got a stained letter and a warp shard. And a doorway above us that we cannot currently reach. Suspicious, suspicious. Okay, people should be coming back from ads right about now. So I will try that again. Thank you for the raid, Crimson. Hopefully you can hear me by now. What were you playing today? Hopefully you had a good time doing it. If not, we'll try that again in a little bit here. Okay, there we go. I mean, the beating them up when they disagree with you thing does work. And historically, it's been used a lot, that's for sure. Though, plus or minus the near-death part. Ah, nice. I've heard of Tiny Glade before, but I've never actually played that at all. Glad you had a good time, though. Oh, Plasma Core. Interesting. Did I pick up anything else? Oh yeah, we have the Chaos Stole that I picked up from, I think, that fight. We can slap that on. And since we have those Plasma Orbs, we may as well use it. That's good. We didn't gain any new spells. So far, so good. I'm having a good time. Ooh, wow, that has some real good reach to it. Just working our way through Timespinner, which I already knew was a good game, and I just happened to never finish it when I'd played it in the past. So we're just getting that done now so that I can be able to use it in other randomizers and such in the future. Since it's a good one to use for Archipelago from what I can tell. So I would like to have it as an option, but I'd rather have it finished first. And boy, oh boy, has there been some interesting discussion because of the way the plot has been turning. Considering the main crux so far is an oppressive society kicked out the people they don't like to another planet and then are upset when that planet goes and gets its own independence and then ends up fighting back to put a massive shortening on it. And of course, we are a time traveler fleeing the results of the empire that was formed by the bunch that had gotten kicked off of their planet in the first place. Yeah, that's why I had initially commented on the timing, because we were in the middle of discussing that when the raid popped up. It's just one of those things where it could not have lined up better. Let's see, now that we have them cleared out... No, you're fine. We can actually go make a couple things, and I probably should do that before I forget again. Because we have a bunch of new orbs that should allow us new spells and such. We didn't go check out the research tower. Let's see, we got Plasma Geyser, Crimson Vortex, and Colossal Hammer available, though we would need to get a new necklace for that. And we also have the Sanguine Ring. Ooh, yes, Lifesteal. Give. Not even a question. The Royal Ring increases aura recovery rate, and then the Shield Ring summons a shield to block projectiles. All of those are useful. We could upgrade the Plasma Orb, because I'm probably going to use that with a fair amount in place of the Fire Orb because of how much range it has. Like, what we'll probably do is have the Plasma Orb on one set for range, and then have, like, the Iron Orb or the Shattered Orb as our close-up option. For now, at least. Yeah, that wouldn't have consequences in the slightest. No, no. There won't end up being centuries of issues because of that or anything. No. Not in the slightest. Let's see. We don't have a way of going through water still, so we can't actually go down here. This is all water down here, but we can go under the Lake of Desolation in the future now. Is for those just coming in, our main mechanism here is we have access to the planet Lakim in the present and the past. The present being when we were initially attacked and went through our time machine. The past being where our time machine dumped us before it exploded. And we're currently upheaving the past to try to help ourselves in the future. Which totally doesn't have massive consequences or anything. Speaking of, let's see what damage we've done to the future by beating up the Queen in the past. I mean, it is technically its own, considering it declared independence. They're back! How was the past? How do you know? Oh, please, as if it was bound by silly things like time or causality. Like your little dream dragon there. Those things aren't exactly a problem. Oh, whatever. She'll figure it out eventually. Yeah, it is basically a civil war that's occurring back there, or in the past, that we are now interfering with. Figure what? Want to see my collection? Just immediate, hey, look, a distraction. I wanted to buy at least one ring and one necklace so we can make some other stuff when I come back around. The main reason I came over here is I'm pretty sure I can clear this jump now. Yep, there we go. Get us another memory. Get us the map of the metropolis that we're in here. Oh, neat. A gold necklace, gold ring. It's almost like I didn't need to buy those. To be fair, when you're on a planetary scale, it probably is easier for other forces not to notice that these things are happening, because we don't even know if there's other societies within the same galaxy as what's occurring here. So there may just be no societies near enough to this to know or care that this is happening. Look at all those hats stacked on that helmet there. I believe a bunch of these portraits are actually the backers of this game. I believe that's another one of those cases. Is this had a Kickstarter, I do believe. Though it was one I ended up missing. So I had picked this game up the second it was released. Yeah, we also don't know the degree of travel capacity most other societies in the area have. These might be the only two starfaring nations in the general vicinity. Also, consider during the time that the the Lakemi Civil War was occurring, they also had to use a portal, not even necessarily space travel, to go from one planet to the other. So there may not have been access to any other worlds via a portal at the time either. We don't know what amounts of access there were for any other places to even have relevance. Is for it to be described as United Valette, presumably all of the planet of Valette was united under one rule. Yeah. The Eternal Mother. What's your deal? Greetings, child. Have you come to worship the Eternal Mother? Who's that? Our goddess, the Eternal Mother. We all are all her children. She decides when we live and when we die. When it is your time, may you greet her with acceptance. Well, that's different. They weren't there before, and I think we've caused Lakim to become a cult instead of a galactic empire, and I don't know if that's better. I don't think we've improved things. If anything, I think we've made it worse. Hello again, I hope you're enjoying the wealth of historical knowledge that the library has to offer. You know, that's a thought. We hadn't read all of the downloads from before. I wonder if these change. Lakim is a moon of the gas giant planet Korendar. It is the only life-bearing planet in the solar system of Parat and Anka. The planet's atmosphere is made of breathable air and has an ozone layer and magnetic field that protects it from Korandar's radiation. Lakim is the homeworld of the Lakim Empire. Since developing space travel technology in 928 AE, the Empire's benevolent reach has spread throughout the Urnea galaxy. Okay, there's no more information there. So we now know when they developed spacefaring technology, about 900 years after the Civil War happened. Oh, absolutely. You can totally believe a theocracy when they say they're great people. Planet of Valette. Valette was a moon orbiting the gas giant and planet of Korendar and was one of 2 life-bearing planets in the Parat Anka solar system. Okay, so yeah, there was 2 life-bearing planets, both moons of the same planet. Hey there, Lark, and well, we don't have any power of love, but does ripping the blood out of their body count? Because I can do that. Let's see. The planet had a unique atmosphere called a plasmosphere, which was full of plasma, a unique type of radiation. In 38 AE, at the climax of the War of the Sisters, the planet was destroyed. Today, the remains of the planet can still be seen in the Lakim sky as magenta-colored rings surrounding Korendar. I also have pink lightning. It's pink, so maybe that's love lightning. Who knows? That explains the rings we saw around the planet when we initially ended up here. Turns out that used to be a whole other planet. Which is pretty typical of that situation, I think. But we don't need to be here anymore. Yeah, we just have orbs. That's the source of our powers. We just have orbs we float around with our telekinetic aura power. Which we are unique among our clan in having this ability, and I think we all can kind of start to gather a suspicion as to why. But I'll leave that alone, because that could easily end up spoilers. Yeah, that is the type of game that this is. So the only real mobility ability we've gained so far is a double jump. We have gained access to two separate periods of time, having picked up some items to restore part of our time machine. What I'm aiming to do now is go to a spot that I know for a fact double jump will allow me to reach. Yeah, but it would be nice to have a little bit more progression in the last 3 hours than just gaining one ability. Like, it doesn't even have to all be movement abilities, just other abilities in general. There we go, we can get up here, which opens up another warp room, which will allow us to go back and forth here easily, and we can get into the sealed caves. I mean, a wall jump and a double jump would be kind of redundant, though. outside of going up to really, really high places, which we really haven't seen too many of those yet. And I do tell a lie, we technically do have one other movement ability, and that's we can stop time and use enemies as platforms. A skeleton. Looks like they took quite the tumble. What's this? A keycard? Yes! Bingo! Keycard B. Keycard for senior level scientists. Allows access to B-level clearance areas. This gets us access to more of the city we were just in, which is why we needed to come over here. Sadly, that door's broken, so we're not going that way right now. Like, I wouldn't mind having a dash. We have a back dash, but it's not, like, helpful in most cases. You can use it to dodge attacks a little bit, but that's about the extent of what it can do for you. And I honestly never remember that it exists. So I'm just as likely to just turn around and step out of the way of something as that back dash is to get me out of it. Now we can use this elevator to go up to this door here, which is B level. Just gonna stop time and just go through here. I can't be bothered to deal with you lot. And we get more information, the bleakness research. Ah, this is what Nell was looking for. There we go. I did that because there's a save point right here. I can get all my sand back. Nice and easy. The other B-level door would be right down here in the middle. So, back down the elevator. And that is probably the door to progress down there. There's more of the flying cars. Like, technologically, it doesn't seem to have changed anything for Lakimi. It just has pivoted the type of society they've turned into so far. When we ended up beating up their queen in the past. So actually, let's go ahead and read through more of this journal. I'm gonna save the memories till we have all of them. But let's, for one, finish the rest of the letters, and then we'll go through the rest of these downloads as well. It is the year of the Sisters 47. It will be known as the year of the war of the Sisters began. I hope this record will survive as a testament to history. I return to Lakim to officially deliver Volteralis's refusal of a treaty with Queen Philia. In truth, I had no intention of returning to Villette. Volteralis had proven that he has is only concerned with himself and his own power. In fact, I am the new Princess of Lakim, having been married to Queen Philia in a brief ceremony. We will rule Lakim together, and better than Volteralis ever did Villette. Unfortunately, it became clear that it would mean war. I was resistant. Could we not simply try to live separate from Villette? But Philia has been here far longer than I. She understands that there is no peaceful existence under a fascist, even if he is on another world. But we were at a loss. How could we, with so few auras and so weakened by the bleakness, hope to fight against the Volteralis's army? Even the passion inspired by rebellion would not be enough for our soldiers. It was in the depths of despair and anger one night that the immortals appeared to us. I understand them to be powerful spirits, manifestations of magical energy, perhaps pure auras. They offered to help. It was not an easy decision, but it was a necessary one. Only with their help would we have a chance against Villette. They have given us power. They've given us hope. The War of the Sisters. We do what we must. Princess Eliana of Lakim. So now we have more of the motivation behind all of that. And we don't actually know what Lakim's society was before and ended up getting changed. We just know it was an empire. That's all the context we had on that. We weren't given any lore background onto what type of society it was. We just now know that it is... There is at the very least a cult that wasn't there before. Which I'm betting there were demon worshippers that Elena missed. So they ended up forming that cult, and more than likely they end up taking over as time goes on. Or at the very least, they're gaining more power in the future that we're in, probably. Elena, no, you are a fool. Lakim belongs to me. You are but prisoners. Do not forget that. And do not expect to see your dear Philia again. She must serve as an example to those who would defy me. Emperor Truant Volteralus of United Villette. Well, there's your motivation for why Elena goes as far as she does. The terminology changes, yes, but at the end of the day, it's still the same thing. If anything, it gets worse when it gets to that scale. This looks like the same mines we found in the past. Yeah, this is the same general area. Now there's ichors here instead of ectoplasms. Thankfully, they're weak to lightning. And we've got upgraded sirens. Maybe this is where we'll gain the ability to swim, since there's the same amount of water here. Yeah, the reason why I say it's still a cult is I don't think the government itself has pivoted necessarily. I think that cult is just there now. Sometimes my word choices don't match what I'm trying to convey while I'm trying to do 6 things at once. Yeah, see, this is where the elevator is in the past, but it's completely blocked off by rubble now. And it's gotten even more poisonous here. Presumably the water's bad, too, considering it's turned green. And even the wyverns are poisonous. They used to spit acid, now they spit poison. Really, I don't think it's much of an improvement for them. Oh, I'm out of aura, so the plasma lightning doesn't work anymore. Oh, that was a lot of spikes just suddenly appearing. I'm assuming, yeah, the bubbles turn into spikes. I assume this is going to be important, though. Water mask. Weighted mask allowing breathing and movement underwater. I don't know why a mask allows you to move underwater, but the breathing part makes sense. Not sure quite what you mean there. Like, you could say it's a war of sister planets if that's what you're trying to say there. But there's like 7 different ways I could think of to define what you're saying there, so I'm not sure which one you're aiming for. Okay, you're saying it would just be, like, labeled a rebellion or something if Villette won. Okay. That's why I needed to question what you were saying there, though, because there was a lot of different interpretations to what you were saying. Because it could also just be simple definition of its sister planets. Is they were moons of the same planet. As a way to try to clean up the description of what clearly was a horrific time in their history. Really, it all depends on how you look at it. Is it in terms of the leaders of government involved? I don't think it can be defined as a fight between sisters because, well, only one side of the conflict sounds like, well, we know one of them is female. We do not know the gender of the other one, though I would assume male based on the name. I wouldn't be surprised if in the history of Villette that there's been things like this that have happened before, just they came out of it better. Otherwise known as not having their planet blown up. So yeah, they might very well just let it it be a footnote in history and then move on. So one could say it's more or less a footnote in history with the whole War of the Sisters thing, too. Aside from the fact that it's clearly been censored out of current Lakemi history since there was a blackout on us getting historical information on that in the library we were in. And if the librarian wasn't such a history nerd, he wouldn't have allowed us to get at that information. Okay, so we're all done down there. We now have the ability to swim, so we can go down into the lake in the past and see what that does for us. Let's quickly hop up and I will show you all something that I meant to show when I came down here to begin with and I forgot. This, I think, is also a plot trigger, so I need to do this anyway. So remember, the whole point was to see what changed here in the future, not to go grab more items. Notice how there's only one laser here now. Notice how that's changed. Only one laser between us and the Emperor. Presumably. Just keep that in mind. Yeah. Off to the mines we go. And we can clean up a bunch of side quests while we're here, because we had a bunch of them that I left behind because I knew I was coming back down here. By virtue of the fact that there was that water we couldn't get into yet. Though, this may come back to bite me, because I think some of the other quests I need to do involve going to the castle after this part. Well, it's not Voltalis that needs it, it's... I forget his name. It's actually literally listed somewhere. Nuvius. Emperor Nuvius is the one we're trying to kill. Because he's the Lakemi Emperor. The Voltaris is the former Emperor of Villette, the planet that blew up. Nuvius needs those laser barriers because he's pissed off a lot of people. Some of which being time travelers. So, you know. Extra security is probably warranted against an angry clan of time travelers. As far as we can tell, it was implied that our character here was being trained to do more or less what we're doing right now, going and destroying the Lakemi Empire before it can become the dangerous force that it is in their current time. No idea. Not... That is history that is, sir, not appearing in this film. We have not had that addressed yet. The only context for this clan even existing was the little intro we had acknowledging that they have sent people back and forth through time to save themselves in the past, and a basic idea how the Timespinner worked. And the fact that they have a celebration when the people get sent into the Timespinner to go do the thing. That's about all we know about the Kalen society. That and them being chased and being essentially a fugitive society. That's all we got. Will we ever find out how this group came to be and where the Timespinner came from? Who knows? That may very well be information we're given at the end of the game. It may not be. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't addressed. Because again, these are far deeper questions than most of these things ever end up getting to. I'm aware of what the Vortigaunts were, but you're gonna have to... You're gonna have to explain that one a little bit. Assuming you mean the Vortigaunts from Half-Life. But I believe Vortigaunt has been used in other things as well. So I don't want to just guarantee that that's what you're saying. Okay, I was right in assuming that's what you meant, but I'm still not entirely sure, because while I have completed Half-Life and most of Half-Life 2's episodes, I don't remember it well enough to know what you're talking about. Okay, so we still actually can't do anything further down here. We grabbed a couple things, but none of it was important. So I might have been barking up the wrong tree by going there. Yep, there's the last wyvern tail we needed. Well, we needed to come here to clear some quests anyway. Speaking of, we still need to do... We have this quest completed. Right, we still need a plasma crystal from a cave, but I don't think we can get there. We have the rations now. I need 6 more sirens, so let's go back and forth in here a few more times and keep killing the sirens till we have enough of those done, then. So I can thankfully just walk in and out of this room and throw lightning until this job's done. There we go. Oh, wait, the ink that I need too. Perfect. Is we also needed siren ink and something else for the sick soldier. Chauffeur feather. So I need to go back into the area where the savage ones are, probably, because they seem like the adults. Okay, right. Right, okay. Yeah, because that's how they end up siding with those that are not on board with that idea. Right, okay. Yeah, it has been so long, and I don't think I paid nearly that much attention to any of that when I went through that at the time. So all of that just meant names to me. There's nothing else. That is a common thing that I think a lot of people end up overlooking, is a lot of people don't actually, like, dig into the lore of everything they do. There's a lot of things where the lore just gets kind of pushed to one side, especially if the lore isn't dumped in front of you. It's very easy for it to end up just getting swept under the rug. Let's see. I think the savage birds were over this end. One way or the other, we can use double jump to do a bunch of things over this end of the world anyway. So we'll go back and clean those up while we're on that idea. Okay, we can also go in the water here and see if there's anything to get, though not in this section, I don't think. Yeah, exactly. Though, honestly, even when the lore's the main point, there are people that overlook it completely anyway. But that's a whole other situation. I've definitely met a few people where you kind of have to... The lore has to kind of beat them over the head, otherwise they just still don't get it. That's a deep roar for an eel. There we go. No, we're currently in the past. See? Akeem past. We're going into a past section of the same place we went to in the future, though. We're going to where that sealed cave was in the past, currently. Like, in the future, it's the sealed cave, but right now it's just a temple, I think. Whatever this ends up being. Because there's no longer any of those funny access doors in our way here. I'm mostly just doing this because I know this is something I have access to. I don't know actually what order I'm supposed to be doing all this in. I'm just chasing the threads I know I have in front of me. There we go. Made it. Yeah, anytime I'm in one of those warp rooms, I can easily end up time traveling at the same time, thanks to those pyramids we found. How those pyramids work and why they allow us to travel through time? Good question. They're not of the Timespinner, but they're apparently of the same type, according to what we were told, so... You know, probably more things that will work out in the future. We're getting more silver ore, which we still don't know what to do with yet. If I were to hazard a guess, I'd say it's probably going to be for a side quest again. In the future. That's not a breakable wall either. I don't know if I should be going down here or going across first, but we're already committed down here now. Another potion. How many of these? That's how many of those I can carry. So I have a max of 9 potions, and I've now wasted like 3 or 4 potions because I picked up potions while I had 9 of them already. Sad. Not surprised, but still sad. I was hoping it didn't have the 9 item cap, but I was pretty sure it did. I'm pretty sure I ran into that same problem back when I'd played this previously as well. So I would use all of the other smaller items first, and not my potions. Because it's easier to just have a pile of the same item than it is to have a whole pile of different items. Hello, giant snail. You will have to perish. Oh wow, that was easier than expected for something that big. I'm going to assume then there's going to be more of those. Not in the same room, though, apparently. I feel like I should have gone the other way. Elena, you are naive if you think that allowing these Lakemi to believe that they've truly escaped my ire by declaring some kind of independence will prevent eventual strife. The more powerful they think they are, the more likely they will initiate conflict. They are, after all, a world of criminals. However, I have no need to antagonize them directly. We are powerful, they are weak. If you truly think they will remain peaceful, I will invite you to visit them. Go as an ambassador. See how they respond to diplomacy. You will see that it is hopeless, and when you return, I shall have prepared a strike force to remind them and our citizens who holds the power. VT. So this was from before the... Actually, yeah, because we picked up the War of the Sisters document in the future. And this, obviously, is after she got sent there as an ambassador and after she married the Queen of Lakim. And pop this open. There's nothing over here, right? Yep. Yeah, there's not even a warp point close to the side path I walked away from. I wasn't sure which path was the path forward, so I took a gamble and I gambled wrong. More the slowing goo that we saw the Azure Empress use. Oh, we did find a warp point here, though, so that helps. That'll at least get us closer to where we were. There's a weird miasma in this room. I don't know how to feel about it. Ah, this is where the plasma crystals are. Oh, we must be approaching where the portal originally was, then. Because we were told that the portal they came through is where the plasma crystals they need were gonna be. Oh, and now we can activate the elevator to be able to go back and forth. Break through the a broken bit. And now we can use this to go back and forth at will. Which seems somewhat redundant, but it's fine. I don't know why they have a bunch of archers stationed down here in a hole that nobody should be able to get into. In fact, how did they even get down here? Considering the path is blocked and you would have to have been able to swim through really monster-infested water to get here. Something about that doesn't add up. Unless maybe they got stranded down here when that all got busted up here. So they've just been staying here because they have nothing better to do. Yeah, hell of a thing, but you know what? Wouldn't be the dumbest thing I've heard today. But that looks like a boss door. So perhaps we deal with that and see what it gets us. Do I want to go back and get the other things over here first? I think the answer to that question is actually yes. Because I don't know how strong the thing we're going to be fighting here is. Because I don't actually remember too much past this. Why do I have so many pings in Discord? What's happening? Oh yeah, there's also the rest of this water bit over here. Oh, okay, it's just 2 pings from the same place. Okay, that's probably fine. Yeah, we didn't go over here either, so let's quickly walk this way while I cleanse my screen of those pings. There we go. Because it was gonna bug me every time I turned my head to see that red glowing 2 down there. I should probably check up above in here. I do like that you can just hop up the water, like you can swim pretty freely. A lot of games will make the water really annoying. Ooh, Ice Orb. Create deadly icicles on the ground. We're getting a lot more magic orbs now instead of melee orbs. I think we'll stick to the lightning, though. Though they would have been perfect targets to test the ice on because they were on the ground. I suppose I should at least show it off because we haven't used it. This way every orb gets shown. Oh yeah, no, I hate this. This would probably be great against a stationary boss enemy, but other than that, these seem terrible. Considering they just drop to the ground and they don't even do damage on contact as they're dropping very well. They have to form their icicle first. Another max health increase. We've come a long way from the, like, sub 200 health we had before. Or when we started this all off. Now sitting here at a nice even 500. This area down here is more involved than I thought. And again, I should have known that it'd be fairly involved because it's the entire lower section of this that this would be encompassing. Depending on where this spits me out, I may very well use a warp crystal, though, for simplicity's sake. Otherwise, we're gonna have quite a bit of walking to do. And we never did get that feather we needed, either. I just completely forgot about that in among everything else we were doing. So it's probably going to continue to be forgotten, because I'm not going where that is right at this second. I'm going on an item collecting spree in the depths instead. Max sand up. That reminds me, we can go into a bunch of those rooms as well. I believe they were all in the future, where we can double jump to get those boxes opened. And that'll get us some more power-ups. I won't worry about doing that right now. That is something to do. More elemental beads. I really should use some of those to actually upgrade an orb. At some point, considering we have like 4 of them now and we still haven't used any. Actually, yeah, we can just get to this warp point so we don't need to worry about that. Were the savage birds over here? No, this is still where harvest rats and such are. So it's probably too far back. Yeah. I think literally like right in here or here is where the birds I need are. So we'll probably deal with that later then. What I wanted to do was go lower from here, not up and then down. But I got distracted by realizing that that idea existed too. And we really didn't pull that much out of that exploration either. We got a little bit more health, a little bit more sand. And other than that, just some more entropy mostly. And more map completion, which is the big part, really, if you think about it. The map completion's the most valuable part. Yeah, I was just gonna leave it laying there, but you know what? If he kills it, that works for me. I was being lazy and tried to take a shortcut, which sort of worked, and then I just botched the timing on that jump entirely this time, which is fine. We have a lot of health now, so I'm probably gonna start doing some stupid things because of the fact that I have so much health now. Because I can get away with being a lot lazier in my movement. Because the game does teach you to be careful with your movement pretty well, up until the point where you don't have to be anymore. And it's just like, oh hey, just go traipsing through everything. Wee, la 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 la. Now this does look fairly important. Begs the question though, if there's all these ruins here, who was here before the Lakemi ended up here? Because these ruins look pretty old, even before the Lakemi have been here for that long. Because we don't know exactly how long they've been here. But we can assume that it's only been a few years, like maybe at most 10 or 20. That they've been getting dumped here. Could easily be longer than that, but I'm just gonna ballpark it in that range. For simplicity's sake at the moment. But clearly these ruins have been here for quite a bit of time, considering these are abandoned and old even while the war's happening. Wind orb slices foes with supersonic gusts of wind. I'm curious, does that work the way I hope it does? Nope. I thought this was gonna be the... Oh god, what's the name of that crazy broken sword in Symphony of the Night? The one that you could walk and swing at the same time. That's what I'm assuming, yeah. That's what's got me curious. If so, it would be very interesting if this society also had connections with the Timespinner. Because remember, we also don't know the origins of the Timespinner, but we did find those pyramids that interacted with the Timespinner, or his powers, in this area. Because we found the pyramids, I believe, like, up here. Or somewhere. Which was the area that connected to these ruins. So it would be logical to assume that there may be a connection if those relics are compatible. They may have been designed by the same society. Or at the very least, based on designs from the same society. They may not have been made even in the same time period. It makes you wonder if there's been some back and forth cycle of this kind of situation even before the current issue we're dealing with. Like, for all we know, the people of Valette may have come from here originally, but forgot that history over time, and are now ending up putting people back here. This must be the Maw of Asmodeus, the thing that destroys Valette and lets Lakim become the undisputed power. Well, not this time. Oh, I can just attack it, I guess. And it's not fighting back. Oh, this was a bad idea! Oh. That's fine, I can kill you from either side. In the air here, I've never felt so light, so right. We must be in Valette, then, where the plasma is strong and her aura is actually being fed properly. Let's do this. Makes you wonder, though, since magical power has been defined as hereditary in this world, and Lunace and her mother are unique among the Kalen clan, where did she come from? Questions that people can probably guess the answers to fairly easily. Just gonna move over here. Doo-doo-doo. I'm gonna need to switch weapons here in a moment, because I'm gonna run out of aura. That's the one downside to our whole shtick here, is running out of aura is an issue. And if you're just gonna sit there and let me do this, I'm just gonna keep doing this. It may not do the most damage, but boy do I get to do a lot of it. Oh good, we're just getting pulled right back through again. Whee! Oh. Oh. Oops. Yeah, the portal's gone, but, I just had a realization. You know how Valette gets blown up? They said that the demons did it. What if we're the ones who destroyed Valette in the first place? That was the portal between Valette and Lakim that we just blew up. Supposedly it was blocked by the demons with the Maw of Asmodeus, which the thing technically that we killed was the Maw of Asmodeus, but judging from the portal being gone, I get the distinct feeling we might have done a bad. We might have done a really big bad thing there. Portal's gone. Is Valette safe? Even if they are, everyone's stuck here now. Oops. Yeah, exactly. Oopsie. It's almost like this is why time travel is both a big issue and not at the same time, because we may very well have caused the majority of the things that have caused the problems in the future to begin with. Which would explain why the Lakim are after the people with the Timespinner so much as well. They may be trying to prevent us from destroying the portal to Valette in the past, which causes us to then go back into the past and do it, and it's a whole thing. We heard a rumble from below. What happened out there? I destroyed the thing that the Lakemi had guarding the portal. Then the portal's liberated! I'm sorry, when the mall was destroyed, so was the portal. I see. Then there's no going back. I fucked up. We can't even guarantee that there's a Villette to go back to anymore. Is this the crystal you need? Yes, thank you. Let's hope this helps. While you were gone, I slept and dreamt. I was back in Villette before this war. I saw the Emperor Voltairus rise to power with his powerful magics. I saw how they took anyone with magical gifts to raise in their cloistered castles, and how they treated those who had no magic like second-class citizens. See, this is proving what I was talking about there. And then all the Valetian Emperor's enemies gathered up and forced through the portal to this world. And the war, and the things they've done, and being here now, seeing what the bleakness can do. And it was just a dream. I don't know. I guess I can understand why the Lakemi are so angry, willing to fight back. Their actions may be wrong, but I can't say Villettes have ever been any better. Maybe I'll talk to Haristel about it. Sure, you do that. Bleakness is the lack of plasma. Plasma being the force that gives people with aura their magic that was prevalent in the atmosphere of Villette, but not here on Lakemi. The lack of that causes both physical debilitating illness, a longing for their magic, and all kinds of other nasty things. Which is why being here on Lakemi is awful. Is anyone with aura that ends up getting shunted over here basically either slowly dies or is miserable the entire time. Another of the many reasons why they are pissed off. Oh, nice. Hi, did you find anything? It looked like they developed some treatments. Nell, I brought back everything I could. Maybe it can help? But they never cured it. Over the years, it just got less and less deadly, I guess. Yeah, because they evolved past it. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. You did everything you could, and I'm sure these notes will be extremely useful. Thank you. Maybe we can help some people. And it occurred to me, the symptoms are all about longing and quick tempers and things. Maybe that's what makes Lakim so aggressive. They never got over the bleakness. I suppose that would make sense. Maybe it's not really their fault. They were stranded here after all. They still made a choice, Nell, but maybe it was an understandable one. Yeah, we also kind of forced them to be stranded here, so... You know, it's kind of a problem. Expends aura points to strengthen melee attacks. Okay. Causes melee attacks to shoot icicle arrows. Give. And I'm not sure if I want any of the other ones too much. The Royal Ring could be useful. But the strengthened melee would also be nice. Well, to be fair, they're very revenge motivated. They really aren't thinking through the consequences of their actions still. Like, there's some doubt creeping in that you can tell in how she's responding. But she's still very focused on trying to save her clan at any cost and killing the Emperor of Lakim at any cost. It's that whole at any cost thing that kind of is causing issues. Like, it's the old an eye for an eye makes everyone blind, or the path to revenge is littered with broken glass or something like that, I think is how that other one goes. So you're like bleeding yourself the entire time you're on your path to revenge. Sure, let's get the laser. The laser sounds fun. And we'll also get the Crimson Vortex, because I was looking at that one for a while before. This way we have some more spells to play with, other than just the close-range shotgun. Oh, wrong button. Look what I can do now! Laser beam! Well, I managed to kill some of the sirens. You weren't kidding about their beauty. Excellent. With that done, I can breathe easier about the safety of my soldiers. Now to ready an attack plan. With so few men? And one apparently very capable woman, Lunes. Yeah, except I'm probably not going to be with you when you attack, because I'm going to be busy time traveling and causing other problems and breaking more of the timeline. Oh nice, it's time to make a strike against the Lakemi. Even without support from Villette, we must keep fighting this war. Portal to Villette's closed, Harista. There will be no more support from Villette, and you're the only ones here. Is that a reason to give up on justice against these traitors and usurpers? Maybe? Because there's only like 5 of you and an entire planet to fight now. You might be better off acclimating and learning to understand the people here and becoming... Well, you may not even have to become part of their society, but maybe just, like, not causing more trouble? Because if there's no portal, until one or both planets learn to go through space, y'all aren't going to be able to connect with each other in any way anyway, so you may as well just get over this whole thing, because it's not going to be useful to anybody anymore anyway. I've already defeated Queen Elena. She's agreed to create a more peaceful kingdom here. The worlds are separated. Isn't it time for peace? Yeah, it really kind of feels like that a little bit. Yet they still hunt us. There are still soldiers under the influence of the demons. I will not give up this fight yet. I would have you defeat some of the Lakemi soldiers, thin their ranks, and let them know that they can't simply get rid of us. Find their shield knights and archers. Strike back. Soldiers still looking for violence are a threat to everyone. Alright. And the thing is, if we wipe out all the ones that are still bloodthirsty killers that are looking for a fight, that doesn't necessarily cause bad things, but doesn't exactly feel great either. Is good luck filtering that. But this is what I was talking about when I said I was gonna easily end up with a side quest that was gonna be out of the line of where we're going. Oh yeah, we also need to go see Sakis, who wanted the Wyvern Tails. Progress that line of thought. There you go, I forgot that you were up here. Oof, these things are heavy. Got the Wyvern Tails? Fabulous! You hear that? One strength restoring feast coming right up. Yeah, he's still laying there. This is an example of the effects of the bleakness, by the way. This guy was much more heavily affected by it than others, so he's just basically near comatose constantly. No, this is a force from Villette that ended up getting mostly decimated and cut off, but they've been deciding to keep the fight going. Is they're committed to the cause. Mostly their leader here is committed to the cause and pushing everybody else along in the process. So really, if they just stopped listening to this one here, the rest of them probably be willing to make peace with the Lakemi forces that are now turning towards a more peaceful path. I wonder if the Lakemi have any good recipes. Okay, now I can buy sauteed wyvern tail as well, which I presume is just another healing item. Which we were given one of for free as well. Now, I've referred to them as rebels and a resistance before, just because that's the type of tactics they're having to use to be at all relevant here. They can't fight openly. Otherwise, they would just be destroyed, because there's a whole, like, 5 of them. Only, like, 2 of them being combat capable at all. So, they're really in a bad spot. Yeah, we have 94% completion of the past now, apparently. So we're almost done there. We still have, like, half of the present left to go through, though. And I believe there's another map. So I should be careful how much I say on that. I accidentally ended up somewhere when I was testing the randomizer. Let me just say that. Well, they're hoping to strike back as much as they can. They said as much. Whether it makes sense or is logical or even remotely possible is irrelevant. The lead one there is a a foolish patriot who thinks that they can make a difference just by continuing to fight, regardless of whether that will actually accomplish anything. To just put it bluntly. Okay, just more elemental beads. And another chest that has... Pendulum. Ooh, it prevents poison. Yeah, except the war's not over yet. That's the main difference. I mean, the war is, in practical terms, over because there's literally no way for the war to continue, at least for another 800 or 900 years till spaceflight's developed. Though really, we should have just stopped after we stopped the Queen, as far as meddling with this goes. The moment we meddled as far as the Maw of Asmodeus goes, we fucked things up. Is by blowing that up, that's how the portal clearly got destroyed. So if we just left well enough alone, they probably could have sorted this out on their own, without us fucking with it further. I went the wrong way, so I'm just using this portal to go where I want to go. In fact, let's quickly go get the... Well, quickly. Go get the feather we need for that other side quest before I inevitably forget about that. It's been spun a lot already. I'm pretty sure the time stream has vomited several times. We've made quite the mess of things. We've cut off an entire civilization from another by blowing up a portal, which may or may not have blown up the planet that was connected to it. Yeah. But yeah, we also beat up a queen who has vowed to mend her ways, but we'll see how well that actually ends up paying out. There we go, there's the feather I needed. Like, there's a lot that's happened today already. We are responsible for many good and many bad things, having traveled through time. Let's not forget the fact that we've given knowledge of the future to people that shouldn't have it. That's also a thing we did, which probably is also going to alter time. Hey, you awake? I brought you your pen. Thank you. You're welcome. What's your name? Eshim. Hi, Eshim. I'm Lunace. What unit are you from? 23rd. Portal Patrol. Poor guy. You were just about to be sent home when the portal was taken, weren't you? Decided to stay and see the sights. Well, I'm gonna do my best to get you better, okay? Not be able to lie in bed all day? I'll pass. What did they say? That it was our duty. Be cannon fodder. Protect the magically gifted with our lives. So escape through the portal before the leukemia could take it and left you to die. Yep. Am I interrupting? Oh, sorry, Lunace. No, it's fine. Ishim's recovered a bit. That's great. But I'm not sure he'll ever fully recover. We just don't have the facilities, the treatments here. Without better medicine, I don't know. I'm just trying to make him comfortable. Better medicine? I bet there's better medicine in my time. Maybe we can still help him. Yep, time to go fuck with time some more. Let's go heal a man with future medicine that we really shouldn't be bringing back. Rometa needs medical grade plasma. Okay. And we still don't even have the second step of his quest. We gotta go beat up some of the enemies over there. We don't actually have the next part of her quest line either. Her quest line might just be done. And we didn't actually receive a fourth step there either, so that might actually be done too, at least until we progress the game further. You know what? I think I know what the red barrier was. I'm pretty sure the red barrier was the maw. Yep. Actually, wait, yeah. Because the Maw of Asmodeus was what this became. No, because it's in two different locations. Well, one way or the other, this machine's out of our way now. We've done what we kept aiming to do, which was bust through to go fight the Emperor. We got Empire snipers and stronger knights. Please let me through. Because that was such a small area to fight in. Laser beam! I thought I could fit to jump over them. That's why I didn't pause time in the first place. Just hop up that. Which allows us a shortcut across here if I don't keep smacking my face into those. It's a shame that these upgraded soldiers aren't going to count towards our goal of killing the Lakimi that we need to get rid of. 2 fortitude, 4 defense, in exchange for 1 less damage and 3 less will. Sure. Replace our pointy wizard hat with a technologically advanced helmet. Oh, that's why I kept getting hit as well, as I would attack them and they'd reflect the damage at me. These snipers are cheating as well. They got spread shots. I don't think that counts as sniping there, bud. Oh, there's the better equivalent for magic. And I think I'll switch to that, actually. Even though we lose the defense, it is higher attack. Yep, Empire Giantess. Oh, they've got a wave attack. Okay. We are almost dead. Let's actually start using some of them potions then, eh? This is the most dangerous area we've been in so far, that's for sure. These guys actually are a threat. Which makes sense, you know, they are the Empire we've been struggling against for God knows how long. Let's actually set up a secondary set here, shall we? Since I keep running out of aura. We'll give this the Crimson Vortex, and this would benefit from the Scythe Ring, though actually, no, the Icicle Ring. Because this way it still has a ranged option. So it really feels like the Shattered Orbs are falling behind at this point. Oh, my infinite icicles. Tink, 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 tink. Am I annoying you to death yet? Am I annoying you to death yet? Okay, fine. Oh, another Giantess. Oh, that's the Crimson Vortex. Okay, it's the Ball of Death. Actually, that might be better than the Beam, then. Since it'll have some travel time on a target to hit multiple times. Oh, I wasn't quite reaching. That's why they weren't doing much to it. Right, because they should be weak to physical just like the ones in the past were. Right, that makes sense. Okay. Let's get ourselves some aura back. We have all of these items. Drink this damn orange juice, just because I'm probably never going to use it at any other time. I see. Oh, I see even more now. Thanks, I hate it. Okay, so there's a warp room here. Amadeus's laboratory. Well, that's a bit of a sidetrack compared to where we thought we were going, huh? His Lunace was convinced that the Emperor was right on the other side of that force field. Clearly, that's not entirely true. Oh. Do you think it will work? We're talking about time travel here. Of course it won't work. Enza seems so sure. So sure he sent one of his volunteers through, and did we ever hear from them again? Well, he thinks it's almost done now. Let's just hope we're not the next volunteers. There's those two fools leaving doors open for us again. Though we could have opened that door. We had the level 2 access card. I mean, the level B access card at this point, so that wouldn't have stopped us. Which, it's worth remembering that no one that was ever sent through the Timespinner, even by the people who understand how to use it, were ever seen again. You never can come back once you were sent through the Timespinner. And that's pretty obviously because it's multiverse theory. Like, you get sent through and you're in a different timeline at that point. You're not actually in your timeline anymore. Like, that's just over and done with the second you go through there. Our case might be slightly different because the Timespinner didn't send us as far, but when we went backwards, it may have caused a split timeline from there. Food synthesizer, a portable machine that creates food from raw materials. We probably are going into breaking even more laws of time travel and bringing that back with us to give to the Quartermaster. Because, you know, that's a great idea, right? Feel like we could use these. Yep, there we go, to platform up. Max health up. The use of the time stopping for platforming is fairly satisfying. It definitely reminds me of like using the ice beam and such in a Metroid game. Nope, can't reach. That one's trickier. I don't think I'm doing that one right now. Especially since I'm out of sand. Like, it's a different application to achieve the same idea of using enemies as platforms. Okay, they didn't hit each other. It was my dragon attacking them. I thought for a second they'd hit each other, which would have been really funny. Got laser barriers in our way. Okay, there's a save point. Very good. I was starting to worry that there wasn't one. Look at all this technology they have here, though. And yet they're still so fixated on chasing after the Timespinner, when I feel like at this point they must be sufficiently technologically advanced. They probably could make their own goddamn Timespinner. Or at least their own equivalent. Well, this seems upsetting. Okay, if I fall off of here, I get dumped down where we're trying to climb up to. Oh, there is an area up there. Okay. We'll end up there later anyway. Ow. Fine, fine. Hippity hoppity, crossing your property. Do 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 do. Oh, that's a really small one, but you know what it'll have to do? Made it. Barry, pick me up. Oh, I'm gonna have to do it again, aren't I? That's why these respawn. I'm gonna have to recharge enough sand to go for this again. Okay, I can see when they fall. I just gotta wait. That one's a bit higher than I would like it to be. Damn it. Hang on, going back. At least I can't die falling down. I just die a bit inside instead. This is definitely an instance where if this was a game on emulation, I would be save stating to save my sanity and time. Just because there really isn't any benefit to falling and climbing back up. There's no, like, change to anything happening there, really. There we go. Eye Orb, a fleshy oculus that slices through unwitting foes. And that gets rid of all the barriers, I presume, because for some reason that eye was powering this facility, I guess? How does this even work? Neat. But I don't think that replaces the Plasma Orb. I think that replaces the Shattered Orb. What a weird thing we have now, but you know what? We have it. Oh, we got an A rank door. Oh. Oh no. We did a bad again. By turning everything off, I think we did a bad again. I think we just released a bunch of awful things into the building. Because remember all those creatures we saw in containment as we were walking around? Yeah. Speaking of, now might be a good time to catch up on these downloads. War of the Sisters. Lakim's bitter rival, Villette, was ruled by a mad despot who wished to control Lakim's resources. In 38 AE, after Lakim rebelled against Villette's oppression, they took control of the portal between worlds and built a device that would destroy it forever, and destroy all of Villette with it. This harrowing but necessary act by Queen Elena the Great, founder of the Lakemi Empire, ended Villette's evil forever and won the War of the Sisters for Lakim, beginning a new golden era. Proposed methods and their efficacy in curing the bleakness. Abstract. The bleakness, a genetic medical condition that has been linked to several negative symptoms, has plagued Lakim natives for over a millennium. In this paper, we propose possible cures for the disease by gene modification, infusions of synthetic plasma, and temporary exposure to plasma radiation. One moment. User testing consists of 50 adults per technique between the age of 20 and 40. Results were statistically significant for all techniques on both short-term and long-term examinations. P-values less than 0.01. Short-term measurements show that relief is reported by and measured in 0% of the gene modification subjects, 88% of the synthetic plasma subjects, and 100% of the plasma radiation subjects. Long-term measurements show that this reported relief experienced by 2 of the test groups does not last, with 86% returning to baseline discomfort within 1 week and 100% by 3 weeks. We recommend that further research is done on gene modification as technology improves. Which means more than likely that they gene modify people past the point where this was written down, and that's why the Lakemi are the way they are now, where they're fine with all of this. Emperor Nuvius Arovia has been the ruler of the Empire of Lakim since 1045 AE. The Great Emperor's reign oversees not only the homeworld of Lakim, but the many habitable exoplanets that have been discovered and colonized throughout the Urnea galaxy. Nuvius was born in Vertigrade Metropolis as the only child to Emperor Leonius in 10 and 13 AE. At a young age, he possessed a natural aptitude for magic and thus was privately educated and groomed to become a powerful warrior. As heir presumptive, Nuvius began to take on leadership roles in the military when he came of age. In 1045 AE, Nuvius, following traditional rites of succession, challenged his father to mortal combat. Being the victor, Nuvius ascended to the throne. Under Nuvius's rule, the Empire has flourished more than it ever has been before. Windaria is a small pastoral planet in the Urnea galaxy. The exoplanet was first discovered by Lakemi scientists in 869 AE via high-powered telescopes. In 1032 AE, the Imperial spaceship Ambition made a successful voyage to Windaria, but it remained in orbit in order to study the planet and its civilization from afar. After several months of research, it was deemed prudent to make contact with intelligent inhabitants of the planet. The Windarian natives proved to be peaceful, and eventually a successful trading agreement was established between Lakim and Windaria. The Empire now freely trades technology with the Windarians in exchange for their natural resources. Despite a few minor rebellions, the Empire's relationship with Windaria is considered to be very positive. Windaria being where our clan lived, and where we ended up getting launched away from when the Timespinner exploded. For those that missed that part. Okay, this is something from Genza, who is also working on the Timespinner. The EREC program, War Robots of Extinct Creatures, is finally being phased out. After its successful run of over 3 decades, including 1 transplanetary war, we have decided to discard all unused units. A part of me will miss REC, as its usage of long-since-dead animals as inspiration for each new model was always quite endearing to me. It was as if the designers were uttering a quiet apology for eradicating that animal's entire species, whether that extinction was intentional or not. Nevertheless, the new technology that we're receiving from our mysterious ally is undoubtedly far superior to any unit from the REC program, be it in speed or cost to simple lethality. Despite these new and exciting advances in science, a part of me will always miss the quaint little creatures from the REC line. So they have a mysterious ally giving them technology that is far advanced past what they have. Sound familiar? Sound familiar to what the Immortals were giving the early Lakims? Yes. Yes. Biotechnology. The new line of biotechnology war machines is proving to be quite effective. I would never have imagined juxtaposing simple metallic automata with literal biological organs. I'm surprised by the practicality of using enormous organic eyes as an ocular source for robots, enhanced as they are. Of course, as an intentional side effect of the design is that they're so unsettling. The individual who spearheaded this new technology, Amadeus, is somewhat of an enigma to me. He claims to be from Surfland, but I find that claim preposterous considering the primitive level of scientific advancement of that planet. My skepticism is not shared with the new Emperor, however. At least he doesn't seem to care. Perhaps I will attempt to reverse engineer Amadeus' biotech creations. It may be that I will find my answers there. So Genza's trying to dig into his chief rival's stuff, basically. Experiment 11. The subject exhibited an advanced growth rate as well as the addition of new psychic abilities despite the subject's parents being completely void of any talent. Although my colleagues consider this experiment to be a failure, as we've yet to achieve our true goal, I believe at least a step in the right direction. It will serve as a springboard for my next experiment. As a side note, some of my colleagues appear to be squeamish about the lengths we're going for this research. I do not blame them. The process of splicing organic matter into the embryo of a Windarian commoner is quite a leap for most scientific techniques. I know I do evil, but I posit that reaching further faster is ultimately our ethical imperative. Scientific advancement beyond Amadeus' designs will allow us to move beyond dependency on the demons. Okay, so there are demons at play still here. That's proven now. Well, we will bring order to the Empire. Is that not the true Lakemi way? So the demons have come back into the picture, or this is from before we made the alterations we did. Though that may also be why the cult managed to hang around as much as it did. No, that's Experiment 11, apparently, that we just killed. But they've been picking up Windarian commoners to use to make these things. And that's where I'm starting to wonder a potential reality here. Considering our powers, what's the over-under on Lunace and her mother being... Actually, no. Because the timeline wouldn't make sense for that. Because they're all reasonably along in age. Like, Lunace herself might be, like, between 16 and 20, somewhere maybe. Anywhere in there, depending on how you decide to figure that. Because, like, she looks past 20 probably, but sometimes people can be weird with where they put the age of characters, so I leave that open as an option. That's why I am saying such a wide range there. I have seen some rather absurd designs somehow still end up being a teenager. There's a boss door there. But where was the rest of that thought going? Oh, right. But yeah, I'm pretty sure both her and her mother are too old to be part of that experiment. So I don't think they're going to pull that twist, as amazing a twist as that would be. Yep, there's Experiment 13, which we did not see any mention of, but there's those psychic abilities where it's flinging objects around. And now the Teleria attachment. Harness telekinesis to glide across the ground. Hold R1 to dash. There we go. Look at us go. Oh, I can't turn while I'm doing this, though. Still, that's pretty nice. What's less nice is falling that far back down. This gives me an idea. Oh, fuck's sake. Keep forgetting about contact damage. Okay, just so that doesn't happen again. There we go. Yeah, I presume, yep, that's how we get up here, because you can make such a longer jump using it. Aha, there's something in the cabinet. Looks like it's full of old historical documents about the War of the Sisters. Nothing seems that useful, though. Oh, am I gonna have to come back here and get something for a side quest? God damn it. I was hoping I could just pick up whatever it was. But of course, God forbid anything ever be that simple, huh? Well, that's a side quest that's probably never getting done then, because I'm probably not gonna be bothered to come back. Now there's another boss door there. Let's find out what's in there. Maybe it's Amadeus himself. Or Genza. Either one. And it's one of the scientists. Ah, you must be Lunes, yes? Welcome to my laboratory. You must be Genza, the one behind Lakim's sick experiments. My reputation precedes me. I am the man behind all that Lakim has accomplished. I'm sure that Queen Elena gets some of the credit. Ha, a weakling and a coward going back on her loyalties and on her deals. Trying to rid us of the demons she summoned. Unsuccessfully, I might add. What do you mean? Oh, you poor, naive girl. They never went away, not really. They ensured Lakim's rise in power even as they foment chaos in our realm. And I won't have that. Order must be absolute. Science will replace their obsolete powers, and then Lakim will be finally free, in a way Elena could never have accomplished. But that's neither here nor there. You're the time messenger from that backward wind area. It's a pleasure to meet you. Like what I've done with the place? You'll notice the Timespinner in the background, but it's a bit different. I've finally got it working, no thanks to you. And I'll be tying it into an experimental portal we've created, one that can teleport us anywhere. With the two combined, we'll be unstoppable. You can't use that, you've not been trained. Ha! I've trained all my life. The sacrifice you'd be making, do you know how it works? How it erases you from history? A pity, yes, but a small price to pay. I've already sacrificed my humanity to make Lakim strong. Let my morals slip for the good of the nation. Good? Hardly. What you know of good and sacrifice anyway? You've never seen true power, not like you could achieve. I've sacrificed everything to come here, to stop Nuvius. Ah, of course, your mother. What? Oh, Lunes, have you missed me? What trick is this? No trick, I love you. But you left me. What? Abandoned me to Nuvius, to death, my own daughter after all I'd sacrificed. No, that's not... You failed me. That's not you, Genza. Oh, neat, liquid. Real weird, but you know what? Fascinating. Here. They've really advanced that whole genetic modification thing, huh? Turning the human body into a liquid that can be molded at will. Makes you wonder, though, why he stays looking like that when he could transform himself to look like anything. Yep, I switched to a set that didn't have anything. You really shouldn't be able to switch to empty sets. That seems kind of silly. Okay, that actually hurts a decent amount. Yep, she's getting mad now. Nope, 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 nope. So far, I'm just able to just tank their attacks, though, and it doesn't much matter. Not that I should sit there and keep tanking them for too much longer. Oh, fight's over. Never mind. Would have been funny if that, like, auto-killed me because it technically wasn't a normal attack anymore. You are strong. And you're a bastard. Says the girl with no father. Ah, but that's not true, is it? What do you mean? You must know we never cured the bleakness. Even once we reconquered Villette and gained access to their plasma, we would never be the same. Belonging in our people, leading us to explore the stars. Quick to anger, quick to melancholy, these are the legacies of that sickness. And the Lakemi blue hair, of course. Remember how she kept getting called a Lakemi by the people in the past? Yeah. Yeah. Sound familiar? You must realize by now. Ah, the same man you want dead. Our glorious Emperor Nuvius is your father. I suppose that makes sense. I don't care. I have no love for him. He attacked my clan. He killed my mother. To be fair, we didn't see her die. We just saw her get lifted up as the Timespinner exploded. He actually might have saved her life from the explosion. He will die. Very well. Do me just one favor. Why would I? Don't let my work have gone to waste. When you take the throne as the rightful heir, rid us of the demons once and for all. Security keycard A. Highest security access. The doors I could open with this. It's time to end this. We can go anywhere we want now, presumably. So how she knows it's the highest access is a good question. It might say so on it, perhaps. Emperor's Tower. But we're not going in quite yet. If we're going into the final area, we should probably commit to buffing ourselves up a bit. Considering we have all of these elemental stones. Oh yeah, here, have this. Hi Lunes, you seem to be settling around here. You're doing the camp a lot of good. Helping you helps me. Can't convince me helping Eshim was a selfish act. We've been talking a lot. Well, I talk, he writes. It's amazing he kept such a sense of humor after going through what he has. First as a portal guard, then the bleakness, then being stuck here. What's so tough about being a portal guard? It's a less glamorous job than regular army positions. He's from a different class than the rest of us. No magical talent. I've been told all my life that I'm better than him, you know, above him, just because of what little magic I have. Now wait a minute, though. That throws my whole theory about how the bleakness affects people out the window, though, because if he has no magic, and he's still just as affected by... He's actually more affected by the bleakness. Perhaps it's the opposite, then. Maybe the more magic somebody has, the more resistant to the bleakness they are. Maybe the plasma isn't the source of their magic entirely. He's got a great smile, though. Oh, yeah. Anyway, food. Supplies have been pretty good, thanks to your help. But if we're to keep spirits up, we need a little variety. There's some giant eels deep in the lake, if you can swim. Getting some of their meat could be just what the quartermaster ordered. How big are these eels? Oh, you know, not so big. Like, as long as 6 men or so. It's a good thing I like a challenge, Sakis. Oh, I know. I thought it was going to be the food synthesizer thing. And since we just picked that up. A couple potions. Some sauteed wyvern tails. I'm probably not going to follow up on that quest. Just because if we are in the final area, we are, like, at the final bits of the game. And if I intend to finish it today, then I would have to just push forward. We'll put a couple in the eye, put a couple in the plasma orb. In fact, actually, we can level them evenly. Though the eye orb is behind in level, so I think I might actually just use that. There we go. Now the eye orb is almost as high as the plasma, so they'll be equally useful to us. Actually, no, the eye orb is still a little... No, it's 2 levels higher now. And we also have the Chaos Blades available to us, and the Storm Eye. Mow down your foes with a flurry of bone blades. That does sound useful, but we don't have enough Essence Stones anymore for any of this. Oh! The Oculus Ring reveals hidden passages. Well, they're not that hard to find anyway. If we don't end up in the area I was talking about, or that I was hinting at, rather, I will explain the rest of that thought before we end. Just understand that I'm wondering about something. As I mentioned, in the randomized version I had tested out, I ended up somewhere rather odd, and we haven't been there yet. So I'm still pondering that in the back of my brain this whole time. Yeah, we still have Plasma Geyser equipped on this one, and we still have Crimson Vortex. The Icicle Ring hasn't been doing much. I think I'm gonna get rid of that, because I want to know if the Eye Blade counts as a melee attack or not. Because it goes only slightly further than our melee orbs did, so I think it might count. I wasn't seeing health given, but that doesn't mean it doesn't. It just means it might not give when we're at full health. This place is suitably sinister, though, isn't it? I do like what they've done with the decor, though. Maybe not the eyes. The eyes in the back are a little eh. Okay, yeah, we do heal with this. That's perfect, then. So the plasma set will be our ranged set, and this will be our melee set, essentially. For when we need durability. We're not healing that much, but it is a constant stream of health. At least until the spinner stops hitting. And it doesn't seem to heal based on damage, so... I think it is always going to be just 1 hit point. Because we did double the damage to that flying enemy and still only got 1 health. Or it's percentage based, and if we do like 20, it would do 2 health or something. Either way, it's probably not going to be relevant how much it's healing per tick. Just, it'll be good that it heals at all. So I'm viewing this as our like travel option here so that we can keep just pushing our health back up as we go. Huh. Okay, game. I'm gonna have to assume here in a moment that we're not meant to go up here yet. Oh wait, there we go. We get on the edge of the circle. I probably did need to stop time to be able to land there, though. Because it probably would have automatically kicked me off otherwise. The fact that you can go through those is a bit of a problem. Galactic Sage. It's interesting that the Royal Advisors are all the way down there, and there's sages up here. You would figure these guys would be the advisors. Being closer to the Emperor and all. And of course we got the Demon Guards, which I didn't acknowledge before. Wow, that's our first death because I pressed pause, but we were technically... I think since we were still in his hitbox, we didn't get a chance to pause before we died. Well, that's a shame. All this travel, and we've died once the entire time. And I think we lost our... Did we lose half of our money? No, I spent money. Yeah, because we also lost map progress, so of course we couldn't have had a money cost, because that wouldn't make sense. But hey, if you thought I was gonna manage to do this deathless, what do you know? I didn't. Because I got greedy trying to just rush through. Yep, we're not getting any higher here unless... Hey, a ghost. Nope. God damn you. I need you to fly higher. No, don't shoot at me. Fly higher. Nope, not high enough. Up, please. Yeah, that's better. Yeah! And it was for a health extension. You know what? That was worth it. Not to mention it may very well be a shortcut. In fact, I think that's the demon guard that killed us. Yes, that is actually the demon guard that killed us. As before. Wow, I'm getting chewed up in this room. Oh, that's a homing attack. Yikes. Here, I can do that too. This area is a lot more nasty than everywhere else we've been. I don't have enough sand. Fuck it. Nope, no breakable wall there. Goodbye. Just not dealing with him. Would this be the Emperor? I mean, it's the Emperor's tower. Might not be the end if we defeat him, then. Either that or I just rushed through this area fast enough that it's skipping some of the time. Let's find out. Right, this is it. Time to meet my father and end this. Oh, he's not wearing the mask anymore. Lunace, I've been waiting for you. Nuvius. That's Emperor Nuvius, or Father if you'd prefer. Never. Not after what you did. To your mother? Whatever. She spurned me and I've offered her everything. I loved her and she spurned me. It was unintentional, but she deserved death. Okay, so she did die. How dare you? You invaded our world, colonized our people, and slaughtered my clan. All for what? Power? The Timespinner? We Lakemi have ever yearned for more. To explore the stars, to reach into the farthest reaches of the universe, to understand, to ascend. There must be sacrifice for such progress. Sacrifice is a choice. What you do is murder. A matter of perspective, but come, Lunace, you are here now, the very pinnacle of Lahim. You could join me. Take what your mother refused. Not while you still breathe. You spurn me too? Your own father? You're no better than her. You don't deserve me. Wait, were you offering to marry your own daughter? Yep, just add that to the list of reasons to kill this guy. I don't care. Bring it, old man. Oh, hey, that's the spell we started with. He's gonna rotate through all the orbs, I think. Or at least a bunch of them. Because that's the blade orb right there. Just gonna walk away from that. Yep. Oh, wow. That's a good trick. He is weak to the plasma bolts, which makes sense, because he and his people have been without plasma for so long. Yeah, they weren't kidding when they said he's a powerful warrior. I'll give him that. I kind of screwed up my own attack there to save myself. Go ahead and drink that. Drink these. If there was ever a time where I was going to use my resources, it's now, right? Though his attacks really don't do as much damage as you'd expect. Oh, neat. Good trick with the punchy fists. Ow. Magic must defeat magic. I don't even know what that orb is. Nor am I sure what that purple orb he uses either. I wouldn't mind getting it. How fitting, though, that we got the weapon that's doing the most damage to him from the queen that they've left behind so long ago. And they claimed was incapable. There he goes. I didn't need that heal either, I guess. He's dead. It's over. Now what? I've been working to kill him for so long. I don't know what else there is. My clan's still gone. I'm the rightful heir here, I suppose. Vanillist and the others... I could rule Lakim now, try to make it better, maybe. Or return to Lakim then, help them rebuild and change time once more. Oh, I guess this is your ending choice, probably. We could become the new Empress of Lakim, or we can go back in time again. Empress of Lakim seems like a fun idea. One way or the other, there's no going back. I think it would probably be a better ending to go back. But with how she's been fueled by revenge and everything this whole time, this, I think, feels like a more fitting end. Rule as Empress of Lakim. No, I'll stay here. I am the rightful heir. I can avenge my mother and right the wrongs of my father. I've mastered time. Lakim will follow me now. It was rocky at first. Not all of Lakim accepted the transfer of power, ignoring that that's how the power was transferred to the previous emperor. But as I was pronounced to be the eternal mother made flesh, come to save Lakim, I went with it. And after all, I had mastered time. My actions in the past had made Lakim weak, but it had a lot of potential my father had squandered. I'd seen how good rulers could lead from Elena. Oh boy. I have bad feelings about where that's going. Start building the site for the stranded Veletians. Aristil, I understand you have volunteered to lead the effort in rooting out what demons remain? Oh good, they actually have come together. Yes, Your Highness. Thank you. We'll form a joint task force then, the first step towards reuniting our peoples. To all of you, I know, this has been a rough few years. I never anticipated this War of the Sisters, as it's being called. I never wanted it. But it's over now. It's time to build a strong nation, and a peaceful one. One day we may reunite with our sister world. I want that to be a good day. Do you think we'll see her again? I don't know. There was something driving her. Deep down, I don't think it was ever to be her time. At least she did some good here. I'll miss her. I'll miss her too. I hope she's happy wherever she is. With this declaration, I abolish the Lakimi Scientific Advancement Department, which failed to protect Lakimi best interests by pursuing knowledge at any cost. In its place, the Nihilist Fund for Alchemy and Understanding will continue to pursue advancement, but with protections and empathy for all of the Lakimi people. Genza said there were demons still in Lakim. We will find them, and we'll force them out if we can. It won't be easy. I sought revenge for so long. I don't know what else there is. I do like that new outfit, though. I truly never understood how lonely it would be to be a time messenger. Our sacrifice is not small. I have no one now. My only hope is to build something better. Every step I've taken has been to create a better Lakim. What else is there now? I have only one other thing to see to. Yeah, her mother's grave, I figured. Lunace, you're alive! I am. It's gonna be complicated to explain that she's the new Empress of Lakim to everybody here, huh? At least the clan... Wait. Yeah, we threw the words clan was slaughtered around a lot, but everybody other than our mother seems to be alive. I'm sorry I could not succeed and save everyone. The Timespinner broke. But I got revenge. I killed Emperor Nuvius. So you've come back to us. I can't stay. Nuvius was my father, and as his daughter I now rule Lakim. Lakim will leave this world now, so that you, my clan, my family can live in peace. The Timespinner may have broken, but you won't ever need it again. I only wish I could have killed him sooner, before he came. Just I just came back to say goodbye, to pay my respects. You know, with the power you have as Empress of Lakim, you can protect them way better than just leaving the planet as it is, you know. Just a thought. Just a thought. I'm not saying elevate them in an unfair way, but you could make them equal citizens, you know. Just a thought. Just putting that out there. Thank you, Mother. I'll miss you always. And off she goes. Hey, you need to grow up and stop being an ass. There won't be any more time messengers, but the clan will still need people like us. And it isn't about being a hero so everyone respects and likes you. It's about giving up everything you have so that those you care about can have it better. It's okay, though. I didn't understand that at first either. You can be that for them. I hope you do well by us. Good luck. She really grew up a lot during that trip, huh? And that's that. That's Timespinner. Right about at the 5-hour mark. So an hour sooner than expected. But that's fine. I'm definitely getting a bit tired. Which is why I opted to just finish this off instead of doing more to unlock more of another ending. There's clearly other endings. So if that is something you wish to pursue, that's worthwhile. The area I ended up in the randomizer, I presume then is part of one of the other endings. So I forget what it was called, but there was a desolate area that was completely consumed by the bleakness. Like, the whole place was gray, that I vividly remember from when I was playing around with the randomizer. And I want to say it was defined as, like, the future of the area, not the present, not the past, but the future. Is like under the current way things were working, it was gonna be like completely devastated. And I could be remembering this completely wrong. I could be pulling this out of my ass for all I know, but I vividly remember that connected with this game and the randomized version thereof. And I don't know if that's true. Like I said, I don't know 100% if this is actually even a thing, because we didn't end up finding it. I feel like there were more parts of the Timespinner you could potentially have found. But like, you would take bleakness damage in that area the longer you were in it. I'm glad to have finally come back and finished this game, though. This is a great game. As you saw, I flew through it pretty much flawlessly. We beat the final boss without dying. If I just hadn't bumped into that sorcerer more than I needed to, we actually could have done this game deathless. And I think it would have been the only game I would have ever done on the channel deathless, now that I think about it. If I had done that. It's fine. I wasn't 100% sure this was going to be a one and done, but I was pretty confident it would end up being one, with it being a 6-hour game on average. And in, I think it was like 8.5 for completionist, so it's not even that long for completionist time. I don't remember if the 8.5 was main and extras or if that was completionist. It might have been 12 hours for completionist and 8.5 for the main and extra. That sounds more right in my head. Not sure. But obviously there's all those side quests to fulfill and everything. But you will be seeing this game again in the future, because like I said, this is an archipelago and there is a pretty nifty randomizer for this game that I do want to have another look at some point. But I wanted you guys to get to see the proper plot first, so that we don't randomly get things spoiled for the game or anything by us ending up like flying straight to the Novius fight or something, depending on how the randomizer went. Is none of that dialogue would have had any context under those circumstances. That's a lot of Daniels. There was a lot of Christophers, too. A lot of names involved here. I missed what the... I know I saw an alpha tester thing, but I'm assuming this is more the backers than the testers, because this is a lot of people to have been testers. One way or the other, though, all of these names are involved in making the game end up being the way it is. Whether you think that's a positive or a negative. Honestly, I have no negative feelings to portray here at all, really. Like, I wish the game didn't have contact damage, but I could wish for a lot of things, and they wouldn't be reasonable. My only regret is that it took me this long to actually get around to finishing this game. I probably by now would have done a lot more with this if I had just finished it back when I had played it before. Something I didn't note while we were going, though, is I was further away from the end than I thought. Because I hadn't done the Maw fight. I saw that I was down to one laser left, and I thought as soon as I got through that one laser, I was going to be at the end of the game. Which isn't that far off. It took us, what, not even an hour to get to the end of the game from there? So technically I was right, but technically I was wrong. There was more in between than I thought. But this will definitely stay on my consistent recommendation list. Even though I was already recommending it, having not finished it, I can now more comfortably recommend it now that I have finished it. I would assume there's probably a tougher final fight involved in a better ending, since this one is kind of a bittersweet-ish ending. And it clearly told you that there was more you could do to achieve a different end. Unless that's just their way of saying that there's more side quests and such you could do to build a better world. And maybe that would have had a different ending screen. Who can say? There's no real guaranteeing that short of looking it up or asking somebody who has done 100% of the game. But as to when I'll end up doing that archipelago or anything, remember what I said. I had said that that archipelago was going to be a reward for another milestone. As to how much of a milestone that was going to be for, I know I'd originally said for 800. But with how many games I'm planning on putting in that, I'm not sure entirely if that's what I want to do the more I think about it, because there's a lot of games that are going to be involved in that archipelago. Because it would be every Metroidvania that's available in Archipelago. Which, depending on how you define that, is a lot of games, because technically you could even lump the Legend of Zelda games in there, because their progression is akin to that. It's not the same thing, but there's enough of a stretch there that you could do that. I probably wouldn't, but if I wanted to be funny, I could. But just off the top of my head, strictly Metroidvanias that are in Archipelago. Metroid Fusion, Metroid Zero Mission, this game, Circle of the Moon, The Messenger. That's already, what, 6 games? 5, 6 games? That's already going to be a fairly hefty archipelago in and of itself. And I know there's more, and I'm just forgetting them. In fact, while this list keeps going, I could pull up the archipelago page and answer my own question. Let's see. Oh yeah, Metroid Prime would end up in there as well. It's literally a Metroid game. What else is in here that would count? If I don't do the funny I was talking about with the jamming the Zelda games in there too. Monster Sanctuary is technically a Metroidvania, I think, because I believe there's movement progression in that that's Metroidvania-esque, even though it's also a Monster Collection game. I would not put a robot named Fight in there, even though that's very clearly a Metroidvania. It is a roguelite, so it wouldn't fit in particularly well. It would get kind of weird. So I would leave that one off. That would be like one of the few exceptions. Ender Lilies is in alpha in here. I technically could do that, but I have not finished that one either. So that one might also be one of the rare exceptions on that thought. In part because that game would also kick my ass. So it depends on how bad I want to put myself through that. Yep, the list is still going. Let's see. The Ori games are in there, but they're also in alpha. I don't know how well they work, so I'd have to test those. I've also not finished either of those, so they wouldn't be a guaranteed. So it wouldn't end up being every Metroidvania, but it would be the vast majority of them. I suppose another way to term it would be all the stable ones, because a lot of the ones I'm saying no to are ones that are in alpha. So yeah, at worst it probably would end up being like an 8-game archipelago. So actually, saying that, having it be for the 800 milestone's fine. An 8-game archipelago for 800 fits together perfectly fine. Because, you know, 8 and 8 ends up lining up nicely. So that very well may end up being how that plays out, and that would end up being a solo archipelago. Again, because it's either that or I have to go find people that would want to play each of those individual games. And that would be much shorter as a result as well, because, well, let's be honest here. Not having to do all the work myself would speed things along immensely. It's still playing the music, but it's a blank screen now. So I'm assuming that was done. New Game Plus and Nightmare Mode have been unlocked. You can start New Game Plus from the Save If Select screen, and it just takes us back to the splash screens. So yeah, that's the game done. We also didn't talk the current game count, so let's go ahead and get that noted down as well before we head off. Let's see, that is game 28 for the year, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for this month alone. There we go. That is all documented on the list. I will eventually remember to update the Google Doc that has everything listed in it as far as completions and such go. But it's not a high priority, if I'm honest. What is a high priority right now is finding us somewhere to go. We need to find a raid target. With how dry my throat has gotten after all of that, I don't think it would be wise to keep going. Which was part of why I just pulled the plug there. Because that just seemed wiser. Even if it did mean compromising the ending we got. That was the ending I was probably going to take regardless. This way you guys have a reason to play the game to try to get the better ending, if you are so inclined. That's usually how we do things here, after all. Is we leave things open so that y'all have something to play the game for. Just gotta pick us a place to go again. Which is always tricky. It's been a while since we've been over there. I'm not interested in that. I have no idea what they're on about with that. You know what? Maybe, just maybe. Let me mute up the audio and check where they're at with this, because this can be a lot sometimes. No, we're not gonna go over there because they're also reasonably close to ending. That's the other reason why I wanted to check, because I know that they have a set amount of time they usually go, and they're more than halfway through that, so they wouldn't be going for too much longer. They must have just gotten a raid, because their number jumped like crazy. Let's not dive in on that. I hate how hard this choice is to make. Say it every time, but here we are again. Always in this same old hole. Oh yeah, schedule upcoming, by the way. Today is Monday, tomorrow is Tuesday, so we will be finishing Gacha Force tomorrow, which will be another game to add to the clear list. Thursday will be another repo lobby, because as I mentioned before, I had promised that to someone who couldn't make it last week, so we are doing a double as far as week to week goes there. Friday, we will be more than likely restarting Abiotic Factor with Melon, so that's going to be a whole thing. I had intended to get other people for that, but nobody ended up chiming in or being available, so we'll probably just roll with the two of us for that. And then Saturday, I will pick out a game that we can do in one go for that, because as I'd mentioned, on Saturday, we will be alternating between doing multiple games and just doing a singular game that can be done in one sitting to keep the whole thing going. Is I figure that that will suit a little bit better and take some of the pressure as far as choice goes off a little bit. Are they really doing the same thing they were doing on Saturday? Same part again? It sure is. Okay. That's a shame. What is this? What are they doing? Okay, yeah, they are literally just doing a just chatting day. Okay. That makes more sense now. Ugh, I really need to reduce the list I have. Otherwise, we're gonna end up in this position every fucking time. It'd be a lot easier if people were playing anything even remotely close to what we were doing, so I could go like, yeah, this is the perfect choice. This is the exact one, and that'll match perfectly, and I don't have to think about it. No. No, we can't have anything like that. And today, apparently. Sometimes we get lucky there. Today is not one of those days. And I can only ramble for so long before I run out of ramble. I'm totally not saying that because I'm running out of ramble right now in real time or anything. Actually, that one's a maybe. Always up for supporting somebody who's doing art. But they're about to end. God. Ah! Why? Why must rating be difficult? Why can't it be simple? I just push button and we go somewhere. They've been going for a long time, so they're probably not going for much longer. Pain, misery, woe. I am absolutely going to pick a raid target today. There's not even a question on that. It's just a lot of filtering, apparently. I may just go here, send y'all here anyway. Nope, they're getting ready to leave too. Fucking god damn it. Why is everybody ending right now? Wait. Oh, there's a very real world in which something funny is about to happen, actually. Something very funny might be about to occur. But meanwhile, I'm going to keep looking at this list and trying to figure out where we're going. It has been a long time since I've raided. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks for the ads. And they're 3 hours in. That's a maybe. Where is this at? No, that is a mess. Hey there, Zero. Unfortunately, you're in time for us having already finished the game. We beat it actually a good, like, near 10 minutes ago now. I've just been agonizing over a raid target the whole time. It's a good game, though. Very fun. Just very short because we were able to get it done in one go. Thank you. It's very good. Genuinely worth it. I came back to finish it today because of the fact that it's in Archipelago and it does have a randomizer available. So in order to use it for either of those, I had to reasonably complete it, you know? So that's how all that ended up coming to be. I just have too many people to pick from as far as a raid target goes, so now I'm just kind of stuck in choice paralysis mode right now. If I had a board with all of these on it, I would consider it, but I'd have to make the board to throw the dart at the board. One of these days, I really need to just sit down and clean this list up, because there's a lot of them in here that are leftovers from previous ideas that I was going to follow up on and then never did, or people that I'm no longer as interested in supporting because things have changed between me and them, things like that. And just a lot of people that I thought I was going to vibe with ended up keeping half an eye on them, and then it just did not end up working. They're a good amount through too. But you know what? I don't think we've ever sent a raid there, and I am getting tired of looking at this list. So we will go there. I have decided. We'll go see Sandy Lightning, who's doing some repo with a fair few people, it looks like. So that should be a good time. Sorry it took me so long to come to a decision, y'all. You know how it is sometimes here at this point, but still. It is what it is. This may very well be a short-lived raid as well, but I'm running out of choices to look at that won't also be short-lived raids, so we may as well go somewhere new. It is what it is at this point. So once again, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I will be doing more with Timespinner in the future, as I said, and we already talked schedule, so I'm not going to go over that again. Be good to Sandy, they're good people from all I've seen, and I will see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody. That's a hell of a thing to come into.